Ever wondered what makes TV so powerful in Jamaica? Time to find out. Welcome to Global TV Group 358, where television meets innovation. We're not just about shows, we're about shaping society. In Jamaica, TV keeps you informed, connects diverse voices, and supports democracy. Imagine a Jamaica where broadcasters unite, sharing data and collaborating globally. That's us, a unified voice in the TV industry. Did you know TV advertising is still king? It drives website traffic, boosts brand equity, and powers integrated campaigns. Even in an age of digital, TV stands strong, resilient in tough times. Our global TV deck is your treasure trove of insights and data. With charts, graphs, and success stories, it's your guide to impactful TV advertising. Curious to learn more? Visit our website and see how Global TV Group 358 keeps television at the heart of entertainment in Jamaica. Get ready to binge watch the future.
Oh, thy peace, God of my salvation, because the mouth of the sinful and wicked is so dead. Rastafari. Come with I. Rastaman throw one stone, and it break a bad feeling to all wicked men. Not a people there. Make a man throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Only when man like Marcus Garvey speak, wicked men would I hear. Hear now hear. Instead of that, they only sit aside a rub and cheat, and not press the poor. Make out what I seen to make him a throw one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what a plan! Make him a throw one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. My favorite part, if Rasta make a progressive move, wicked men are red, I. How they want to see, they can sell out Rasta, and sell it out, and sell out Babylon. They give man show one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. They give man show one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. If Rasta make a progressive move, wicked men are red. How they want to see, they can sell out Rasta, and sell out, I sell out Babylon. Just stop on the Friday. You might go and stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what a black thing, man, throw and stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. You have eyes to see, let them see. You have ears to hear, let them hear. What a prophet must say. President Mandela was in prison for 20 odd years. And he leave from the prison and take the seat of the president. Stone one. Big him and show one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what's a black big him and show one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Rastaman show one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men.
If ever we needed a reminder of how unstable and how dangerous this world that we live in is, and how vulnerable our Caribbean region is, it is now with us, facing a multiplicity of threats. We don't need to look any further than the menacing vessels, military vessels from the United States across the Caribbean Sea, including what is reputed to be the world's largest warship. These are not times of pirates anymore. This is 2025, and we have cause to be duly concerned. Because even as that is happening, one of the most dangerous hurricanes for the 2025 Atlantic season is bearing down on our brothers and sisters in the Northern Caribbean. Melissa, we are facing, my friends, an extremely dangerous and untenable situation in Southern Caribbean. And as a people with a tragic history of being subjected to centuries of big power, orchestrated genocide, terrorism, and warfare, and as a small state, we have invested tremendous time and energy and effort in establishing and maintaining our region as a zone of peace. Peace is critical to all that we do in this region. And now that peace is being threatened, we have to speak up. I believe that the time has come for us, therefore, to be able to ensure that we do not accept that any entity has the right to engage in extrajudicial killings of persons that they suspect of being involved in criminal activities. As I said, we stand for the rule of law. And we believe that if there is other intelligence available that would cause you to take action that is an immediate threat to you as a nation, then you have a duty to share it with us. But on the face of it, conflating law enforcement with military action is a dangerous step, as Kerry Simmons advocated a few weeks ago. We equally do not accept that any nation in our region or the greater Caribbean should be the subject of an imposition upon them of any unilateral expression of force and violence by any third party or nation. If there are conflicts and disputes that are in need of resolution, then the place that they need to be taken for such resolution is the United Nations organization. And the methodology that must be deployed for the resolution is one of negotiation and peaceful actions taken in order to ensure that we can settle disputes. Barbados has always been that place, and that is why we were the location for the opposition and government in Venezuela to sign the pact here a few years ago, because we are friends of all and satellites of none. And I say so comforted that this has been the position of every single government of the country since independence. The violent actions that this buildup has led to needs to be the subject of dialogue. And I have said before, almost every war in the world in history has been ended by dialogue. So let us have dialogue to prevent the war from starting rather than to stop it when it has started.
Man must lead like man. Man must stand up like man. Man must act like man. Call Auntie Alberta Fewede. The Iron Lady of the Caribbean has spoken on something that we have been asking the chair of CARICOM of his opinion. Jamaica has become silent. that Jamaica who has thrown many rebellion up until Marant Bay has become silenced on the world stage by a little prostitute who prostitute itself and country to whoever Andrew Holness can get a dash from in his hands. It's just the same way of leadership we see on both sides of the coin. Upcoming Melissa and the danger of the threat expose our politicians across the board. Them a run around and a try to clean up what local government should have been doing on a regular basis on both sides of the coin, while the government is sabotaging the country of finances to prepare and put in a preventative measure for the pending disaster, while we are asking this same government of the 2.5 million you just received from the United Nations this year that you did not spend in the burial recovery. What happened to that money? Can we have some of that money to help with this recovery process? Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Oh, it's morning on your side. Morning to you. Those of you in the Caribbean and the North Americas, morning to you. It's good afternoon from us here in London. Let me first say, I don't want to confuse my audience. Throughout the hurricane period, you're always going to see a floating link out there from Global TV. We will prepare that and have it out there in the event where we need to provide you any emergency update or so on, so we can jump on straight away without going through the whole backroom administration before we come on. So we will always fix up a link and it will be out there floating. Don't mind the changes of the time and so on. We will do that to accommodate the link by making sure we have a live link, a link out there. So as soon as we need to during this hurricane period, we can go live. How do everybody? Debbie Jarvis, how are you? Good evening. Stacy as Gold Violet. Everyone, good evening, whichever platform you're on. Thank you for joining. We're out here to check up on the weather update. Wayne Williams, big up yourself. How you doing? We are checking to see what we can find for you of any new update that has come forward. None of the two weathermen that I followed put out anything quite recently, but we are out here. Hold on. No, weatherman put out something for the weatherman put out something 4 hours ago, so we are going to tap into. Oh no, hold on, it's the wrong thing here. Bear with me. But we know that in Jamaica, things may quite likely, hold on. Things may quite, the internet and electricity can go down at any time. So at any time we can lose contact with our people in Jamaica. What makes it different this time from the others. We generally would get the chance to get back in touch after the next day. But given that this hurricane has planned to stay with us for a while, Karen Nemard, how you do? This hurricane planned to stay with us for a while. So it could be that we have difficulty getting through to the homeland for up to a week. It could be longer, depends on how the flood, as they are predicting, pans out. But let us listen to the most recent update that came out this morning. And Melissa has now turned into a hurricane, I think Cat 4 at the moment, and it is still moving slow. So it is expected to reap havoc over Jamaica. Let's go to the most recent update.
It is early morning Sunday, October 26, 2025. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. We are watching this system now, a Category 4 hurricane. It will likely become a Category 5. It will be a 4 or a 5 as it makes landfall into Jamaica. This is going to be a direct hit, and for some folks in Jamaica, this is going to be the worst hurricane on record as it rolls in. It will be worse in some locations than Gilbert, than what happened with Charlie in the 50s, than some other storms out there. This is a powerful major hurricane. It is headed right toward Jamaica. You can see it here, how well defined it is. This is what I've been talking about for days and days. We would see a satellite picture looking like this. The eye, all of that, it did rapidly intensify overnight. So we have that direct hit. Some of the rain bands are starting for some of us. We need to be in our safe locations. It's going to be a slow mover and a long duration as this moves in. Now with a system like this, where the eye comes on shore, that could be complete structure failure for some weaker structures. Roofs will be heavily damaged, if not torn off in spots. I know this is a lot of scary talk, but that's why we have done the preparation. That's why I've been doing everything I can over the last week to give out the warning on this. We're looking at power outages for weeks, if not longer in spots. With this also, not only the winds, but the rain, roads are going to be washed away. We're going to have significant mudslides. It's not all of the roads. I keep it in perspective. You know me. I keep it in good perspective, but we are going to have heavy damage in certain locations in which communities will be isolated. You see the eye of this right here. These white shadings tell me we have the taller cloud tops. Now, one thing you could do today, not only continue with the very last minute stuff, and some of us have a little time, is keep the word out, because what's going to happen is some of us are going to wake up to sunshine again in our eastern sections and be like, hey, what storm? Is this storm coming? What you can do is let them know, yes, take a look at this. I'll give further updates if you subscribe.
Bear with me, audience. Let me pause this and go over to the government, who is saying something at the moment. I don't know what it is, but they're saying something.
There is no silo in this undertaking, closely maintaining conversations, even outside of the public sphere, to ensure that we are ready, we are understanding what is priority for each utility.
The wicked JPS, man. Another wicked JPS one that we are charged with the hope of money.
Let me just pause again to just talk about the safety. The safety of you, our customers, is important. And so we're going to take it from two levels. One is we are going to mobilize our teams once it is safe to do so. So for you, it means you will have to have, as customers, some amount of redundancy in your water. So I'm hoping you would have stored water for at least 7 days, at a mere minimum 3 to 5 days. Ensure that you are staying away from pump stations, open manholes that may become dislocated once the heavy rains take an impact on our network. This is unavoidable. You may see some dislocation of pipelines. You may see manholes overflowing And we will be taking the reports, but how you operate in these spaces is also important. Once there is no impediment, the manholes will, so the flow from them will subside because basically you're having an intrusion of rainwater into the system. This generally subsides after the passage of the system and the rainfall. However, if you see it sustain for several hours afterwards, please feel free to reach out to the NWC to alert us where it is situated. We will be providing you with, or have already provided you with, a number of contacts, our WhatsApp channels, our toll-free number at 888-225-5692 is available. Our web chat, for as long as the networks will allow, will be maintained. And of course, we have also been pushing a lot of messages to what are the newest avenues, which is the WhatsApp channel. So a number of updates will be provided right across for you. We obviously, as I said, as I close, have taken many steps, but I want to leave it with you that we will still be vulnerable because we have surface sources, mainly rivers and springs. The pipelines in some places may become prone to land slippages. We are dependent on power supply, and while we have an expanded number of backup generators at critical locations, we've installed 4 huge ones in the last several months. The Logwood one has just come online. We have positioned over 51 in critical areas for movement, and we will be partnering with not just the utilities you see on screen, but also a number of our contractors. The JDF stands ready to assist us, and where necessary, our international partners will also seek to mobilize for us. So we're taking the system very seriously, but we also want you to appreciate that we're taking water supply to you even more seriously, and all the steps that we can possibly take will be implemented and carried out in a safe manner. We're wishing Jamaica at this time our absolute prayers. Our teams are ready, and we want you to be ready as well as we partner through this very, very difficult time. God bless you and take care.
Thank you so very much, Delano. Ladies and gentlemen, you see, there are clearly a lot of interdependencies among the utilities and our partnering agencies. It's absolutely critical for us to work together, and that's why we're here. We're now going to move over to our ministers of government. I will start with Minister Matthew Samuda, who is Minister of Water, Environment, and Climate Change.
Good morning, Winsome, and thank you. Allow me to acknowledge colleague Minister Daryl Vaz and the heads of our utilities, representatives of NWC and NWA, members of the media. I think what you see on display here this morning is not just the interdependence, but the interworking nature of these agencies and the fact that they've acknowledged that there's a serious crisis and that we are at risk from a Category 4 hurricane, and they're working seamlessly together to prepare, to monitor what actually does take place, and to ensure
All I know go
that
broke down in the
beyond what takes
aftermath.
place,
You
we're
no
able
can
to
go and
recover as
talk
fast
anyway.
as is humanly possible.
After the hurricane done, the
I
whole
want to
on
thank
broke down.
the agencies for their post-burial commitment to building greater resilience into their systems. I want to also thank them for taking this particular threat seriously, because once we were alerted to it by the Met Service, I think everybody's emergency protocols went into place a little earlier than they would have in the case of hurricane burials. So we are happy with the work that has been done so far. We're obviously still praying for the best and hoping that Hurricane Melissa will somehow decide to leave us alone. But that does not appear to be the case. I want to echo Stephen's warnings and calls for persons to be sensible. This is not a time for sightseeing. This is a time for duty of care. This is a time for you to take care of your home, your family, your loved ones, and your neighbors. It's not a time to be moving around. As Mr. Shaw would have said, we're already experiencing some land slippage. We're already seeing some roads being blocked. As I said, not the time to explore. but I want to focus just a little bit on water. Water is life. And you'd have heard from Delano the varying plans that we have. But I do want to assure all of the National Water Commission's customers, all of the customers of rural water systems usually run by municipalities, that we're monitoring very carefully the situation that will affect them. As has been said before, but I think needs to be reiterated, we've been working very closely with the JPS over the last 12 months. They're fully aware, I believe.
Boundaries. Every game needs them. Set yours. Enjoy more. Safer gambling with William.
And particularly important, the JPS is also very clear on which parts of their system have to be up for us to supply hospitals, infirmaries, places of detention, places of safety. So we're working very closely to make sure that their restoration or rebuild plans take into consideration critical infrastructure first, and then the largest areas to bring on the most customers first. We have also committed to resilience. The government has identified over 50 generators, privately held, post-burial, that are within our specs that can help us to bring back on just about 80% of our customers within 3 days of the altar.
Who then generate
that won't be brought on with 24 hours a day service, as generators need rest time, etc. But it will allow us to restore service and allow persons to fill their storage tanks very quickly. The nature of Jamaica's population is that 80% does live within the coast, within 5 kilometers of the coast. There will be some disruption. There is no way around that. The other 20% is scattered, so the other 20% are served by scattered water systems. That will take some time. We do have 4 mobile generators that we've also made arrangements with to go to some of these more remote communities after. So even before JPS has completed its work, we will give them some water to make sure they're able to backfill. Beyond that, as Delano would have mentioned, we've made our own investments and brought on some major generators for some of our major plants. So areas like Logwood that serves Hanover and Western Westmoreland. Areas certainly within the Mona treatment plant and indeed the Hermitage treatment plant. Of course, our springs out from the Rio Cobre are on generator. This will allow us to restart very quickly. Of course, there will be some disruptions. We do expect levels of turbidity from our groundwater systems that will need to settle a few days after. But we're working very closely with all of our partners. We've established communication mechanisms. Flow and Digital are well aware of our communication needs at the Water Commission, so that they're able to also support us with that. There's a lot at stake over the next few days. We encourage persons to listen to official sources for information. Nationally, those sources start with the GIS, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Education and Information, of course, the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, Transport rather, the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, the Prime Minister's accounts, Minister's direct accounts, and of course, as it relates to service providers, please take information from their official pages and not from screenshots that people tend to circulate in WhatsApp groups. We beg of you, check official sources. Misinformation is already the order of the day, despite our pleas. And we also, in closing, ask that as you see something that gives you concern, someone going up to a cell site, someone heading to one of the JPS sites, someone going to one of NWC sites with generators that doesn't fit, not usually in that community, please alert the police and alert the service provider. It doesn't make sense that you don't have water, you don't have cell service, not because we didn't prepare, but because someone chose to steal the fuel. We beg of you, Jamaica, keep safe. God bless.
Thank you so much, Minister Semuda. And finally, we have our Minister of Energy, who will now speak.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Let me just indicate that at midday today, the commitment of daily press conferences will continue, and this one will be hosted at the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management through Minister Mackenzie and Minister Dixon. My presence here, along with my colleague, is to give some kind of assurance or reassurance to Jamaica that we are on top of our portfolio responsibilities as charged by the Prime Minister. I want to indicate very clearly that I am satisfied with what has been presented to me and what has been presented to the country. And I think that there has been a lot of lessons that were learned from Beryl and the continuous dialogue that has taken place since Beryl for us to have a response to the crisis. But I want to caution Jamaica to understand that Beryl was not a direct hit. It came very close, but it was not a direct hit. And you saw what happened with that. We're now speaking about the possibility of a direct hit at a category 4 or 5. That is catastrophic. And therefore I want Jamaica to understand that the level of damage is possibly going to be much, much worse than Beryl. So that takes me to the point of the plan is all well and good. It is the execution of the plan after the event that is going to be critical. So everything on paper is always easy to write and easy to speak about. But the execution, which is going to require collaboration and coordination, and that is not only from the government standpoint, but the providers who are gathered here today giving us a good speech. As they say in Jamaica, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And I think by now, all of you at this table would know that I'm a hard taskmaster, especially when it comes to protecting and representing the people of Jamaica.
Blah,
In
blah,
this
blah,
situation,
blah, and
there's no
fucking
peace.
blah.
We are all one Jamaica. And if we don't work together as one family, one Jamaican family, then we will not get the desired results in the timelines that we are going to need. Electricity and water are the two most critical components in a recovery from a disaster. And my presence here again, Mr. Samuda, is to reassure that I'm not leaving it to the providers, JPS and the telcos. We are going to be on top of it, representing you, the Jamaican people, every step of the way. From now, during the weather event, and most importantly, after the weather event. I am happy with the plans that have been outlined, especially the contingency plans to bring equipment and personnel into Jamaica as quickly as possible, because there's no doubt that that is going to be required based on the projections. I will save other portfolio responsibilities for the government press briefing at 12 o'clock, which will be obviously carried widely and live. But again, I just want to say and reiterate what has been said before in relation to making it as easy as possible. Everybody in every community must look out for their brothers and sisters, but most importantly, they must look out for those who want to set us back by greed or whatever other reason with interfering with government property or the telcos or JPS's property. So the 20 gallons of diesel that they steal for whatever reason is 20 gallons less that will be able to be used for you in your community to provide cellular service, electricity, or whatever else it is. Again, without electricity, the water pumps across Jamaica are not going to be energized, save and except for those that have generators, and that will not give you the level of consistency that we are going to need. So again, I appeal to all Jamaica, put aside partisan politics, put aside any rifts that you may have, whether in family or friends, and just work together. Let us pray hard, because only that can help us at this late stage of the impending hurricane. It is now a category 4 and estimated to go to a category 5 by tomorrow. I cannot tell you or impress upon you what that level of devastation could be. Only God and all of our prayers can take us through this. God bless Jamaica, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, Minister Raz. We have a number of media representatives in the room. We will now take questions. We also have persons online with questions. We will definitely be coming to you. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Janella Precious, Television Jamaica. You're currently live, so I want to start off with the JPS. One of the questions that we've been getting a lot is, at what point when the hurricane makes landfall will you decide to turn off the entire grid? That's the first question. The second is for Flo. We've been getting quite a number of complaints about disruption in service in areas in St. James as well as in St. Elizabeth and St. Catherine. Can you give us an update on that? I will not hog the show, so I will just start with these two.
No, thank you for that question. I appreciate it. So in regards to at what point will we actually turn off the grid, let me speak to you from what are some of the parameters that we look at in making such a determination.
I just feel money up
As
here.
we think about that, we have to think about the stability of the grid. And a fundamental thing in terms of grid stability is matching the actual ability to serve customers with the generation output in order to maintain a particular frequency. Whenever you have a disconnect between those two due to what we call a lot of transients on the system, which are falls, trees falling in lines, and other things that make the grid potentially unstable, in order to prevent a cascading effect that may then lengthen the time of restoration, at that point in time, the system operations team may make a decision to then shut down the grid. But let me reassure you that we are prepared to do all that we can to the best capabilities to safely keep the grid up and running to serve the load. With that being said, however, in parallel with that, we also have plans to say potentially island the grid. What does that look like? So say you have a case whereby you have significant faults and significant impact based on the devastation on the grid by this category 4 or 5 system in the corporate area. We are also prepared to potentially island, whereby we'll separate the corporate area from, say, Montego Bay, and you have the grid operating in 2 separate islands, whereby at one point you may have to shut down one particular area, you leave one up. But what that does is, once there is an opportunity to restore, it leads to a safer and more timely restoration. So to sum it up, we are prepared based on the changing conditions to make that decision. We don't want to have an unstable grid that can be in oscillation and then that can have a cascading effect. We are prepared to island the grid to allow stable service. In all cases, however, the focus is on the safety and the stability of the grid to reliably serve our customers. I'll just add one thing. Another factor that could inform that is the significant storm surges. We just heard that we're expecting storm surges of over 17 feet at some of our generating stations. Generating stations online right now are being supplied by alternate diesel oil and heavy fuel oil. If it's a case where the storm surges of such that it supersedes the levels of our generators, that may also be reason to shut down, because then you won't have the generation available. We have taken significant steps in items such as mobile high-velocity pumps, sandbags, ensure drains are cleared to facilitate our generating stations being online. Right now, to give you a feel of our generation mix, we are, in terms of renewables, we are curtailed more than 99%. So of the 150 megawatts of renewables that we have on our system, 100 megawatt wind, 50 megawatt solar, we're only getting approximately 1 megawatt due to cloud cover and due to the need to lock out wind turbines for safety reasons. So we can't depend on renewables right now. We also do not have our liquefied natural gas facilities, as they have had to demobilize for safety reasons based on the Port Authority and the Harbour Master, so that vessel is gone. So we're now burning alternate diesel oil and heavy fuel oil to serve our load of approximately 550 megawatts. But we do have a reserve margin, as we have been prepared for this. Our storage levels are there. We have a reserve margin of approximately 18%. So we still stand ready with some flexibility to serve, but it would be a moment in time decision based on the grid impact and based on the need to then put in place our plans to facilitate safe and timely restoration. Hope that answered your question.
Thank you. We are aware that some of our customers are having the mobile voice issues. I'm currently on the network. The problem occurred somewhere around 7 a.m. this morning. Our teams are on the matter right now. They are working through to make sure. But be rest assured that we will have this up in the next couple of hours. We're working, mobile data is fully active and running and working, WhatsApp, all those things, monitoring all the websites, etc., and all the updates. Those are working correctly. But it's affecting some of our customers, so we're working on that. But even as I speak here this morning, I just want to show you something. I don't know if anybody can see this. This is Red Hills Road, Cashew, where, for instance, vandals this morning went in and stole cables right along Red Hills Road from Cashew Park all the way up. So this is the kind of thing that affects us in a hurricane scenario, right? So I'm asking the public as well, help us to make sure. We're going to try and restore the services that just went down there to make sure that everything is okay, but because we want to make sure everybody's connected during the storm. But these are the things that, I mean, we scratch our heads about every day, but this is our own Jamaican people are doing this, so be vigilant, help us, be our eyes and ears out there. Thank you very much.
We'll take another question from the room. Okay,
Okay, so we're hearing a lot about you're in rebuild mode, because we do understand, what is at stake. But certainly currently, Mr. Shaw, do you have enough manpower, because that is going to be crucial in terms of recovery, to clear roads, etc.?
Thanks, Janela. We have a team of stakeholders or contractors with whom we have been working for a long time. We have had a lot of experience in respect of dealing with matters to do with roads becoming impassable, drains becoming clogged, and so.
Hey girl, I have to tell you about today at the races. It was so much fun. All the girls getting
The sector, and that's why every year we actually have a meeting with our stakeholders, our contractors, where we share with them exactly what the expectations are, what is it that they are supposed to do in the event of a system impacting us. And so we are fairly confident that we will have enough personnel, enough boots on the ground to deal with the situations. We have some timelines within which we work, and depending on the level of the impact and the nature of the impact as well, we are going to be leaning on our friends here at JPSCO, for example, because if it's a situation where there are a lot of fallen trees, they have a system in place where they go out and they cut trees that are endangering power lines and so on. So we may very well be working together as it relates to treating with some of these matters. So we are fairly confident that we'll be able to respond in a fairly good way.
Just on that note, Stephen, there are reports specifically from Portland of landslides that will affect the accessibility of the telcos to get to their sites. It is imperative that that be dealt with today prior to the weather event, because once that comes, obviously we won't. So I just say that I think coming out of this meeting, a report should be generated by the telcos in relation to any roads accessibility that they have that would need to be treated with as a matter of urgency, and that would have to be dealt with as a priority before the weather event. I've gotten reports in Portland. I'm sure other parishes have the same problem, but I guess you would get those reports directly through your phone lines, etc.
Sorry, so what exactly is the situation when Portland, just for clarity?
There's one or two landslides in the Buff Bay Valley, which is from Buff Bay that takes you all the way back to Newcastle, which is one road, one access in and one access out. And there's cell sites along that stretch that would be impacted in terms of accessibility, not to mention, obviously, access to shelters, etc., etc. So I'm just raising that since we are all here and prior to leaving, we should be in a position to indicate across Jamaica which roads are creating access problems for the telcos or JPS.
Are you aware of those particular landslides and what, if anything, is being done about it?
Well, there's a response through the local NWA parish office, which would have the protocols established for disasters. So I'm hopeful that those would have been action already. If not, obviously, will be action now. But I'm not limited it to Portland. I'm saying across the island, based on weather that we have had over the last few days, there would be other situations such as this that would need to be prioritized as critical in terms of the preparations for the impending weather event.
Follow up to you, Mr. Shaw. Where else right now specifically are you aware of landslides or land slippages right now?
Just the areas mentioned by Minister Vaz just now. Our team in the Operations Center, they are monitoring the situations. I know we had trees impacting roads in St. Anne and in St. Thomas. And so the area that Minister Vaz spoke about just now, Gio, is one that is highly susceptible to landslides. And we will have to continue to monitor that area. I want to also say that we will respond to each and every situation as long as it is safe for the team or the teams on the ground so to do. We have to ensure that we monitor the situations and respond accordingly, because if the system, in the height of the system, I don't think we'll be able to go out into any area to try and clear blockage or anything like that. But certainly, once it is safe for us to respond, we will. And the areas that Minister Vaz had spoken about, crucial. There's a school in this space as well that is a potential shelter. We have to treat with those areas and treat with them like now.
You know, I'm just thinking aloud. Stephen, you mentioned the vandalism that has started already. And I'm thinking that maybe what we need to do is have a specific hotline to report vandalism, coordinated with the police and the telcos and JPS. So discuss that with me after the press conference. I think that needs to be activated like now, because it's going to happen. Yeah. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Follow up for you as well, Flo. The issues that people are experiencing now with service and network, is that connected or related to the vandalism that you mentioned?
No, it's not related to that vandalism. It's the technology challenge that we're having right now. We hope to get it up in 2 hours. So it's not all our base. It's some of our base. But it will definitely be up and running, because we don't want anybody to be out of contact during the storm.
Yeah. And for digital, any reports of vandalism?
Not this morning. Minister Vaz, Arthur Hall from the Jamaica Observer. Have you started discussions with the JPS to release them from their guaranteed standards as Melissa approaches?
I've had discussions with the president, informal discussions just during the last couple of hours. The government is prepared to do whatever it needs to do to facilitate the quickest restoration of JPS and the telcos. We stand committed. Whatever has to be done will be done, and we will treat this with the urgency that needs to be based on the fact that this is a disaster, and in disaster, you have to act quickly to be able to respond. So you have that commitment. The people of Jamaica have that commitment that whatever is needed to legally deal with the issues in terms of force majeure, etc., will be dealt with this. My pen has a lot of ink.
Thank you so very much. I think we have some questions from our online participants. Audrey, would you?
Sure. So this is from YouTube, and it's for both Giselle and Flo. The person wants to know, if I have a generator and power goes, will I still have internet/cable?
Sorry. It's not a straightforward answer, unfortunately, because you've got to think about it. You've got to think at start at the core network first. If the core network is operational, then the service will be sent. So I think obviously you've got a mobile network and you've got a fixed network as well. So if there is power at the mobile network, then obviously that will work. If there is power at the fiber network, then also that will work as well. But if one of those links is down, in essence, then it doesn't matter whether you do or you don't have power at the house.
Cool. On our fiber homes, as long as you have power, based on the connectivity, you should have. In some instances, obviously, on our HFC network, it's power dependent. So once batteries run out in some of those instances, they will go. But obviously, it's quite power dependent. We have over 400,000 homes that are passed by fiber. Those will largely stay up from that perspective. Those served directly, as long as you have generator power. But on the HFC network, which is a corporate area particularly, once batteries go down, which we have consistent supply for at least 6 to 8 hours, it will stay up.
Thank you very much. The other question, they're asking for a reminder. Some people can't find it. Where are the telecoms WhatsApp channels? I know you also have comms representatives here as well. So if they can just say it so that those who are listening can know where to find the WhatsApp channels.
Okay, the WhatsApp line for Flow, 620-2200. That's 620-2200. 876.
Right, thank you very much.
So for us, 876, I was going to do +1 then, but I won't. 876-355-5000. But if you go onto WhatsApp and you look in the channel button, this is generally to the bottom left, you could search for Digital Jamaica, and then you can follow the channel. But I think also there's some great channels that the ministers have talked about as well, JAS and OddPem, etc. as well. I think that's really important as well. Obviously, you can call us in the old-fashioned way as well. 876-619-5000 or 100 from your phone as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just for clarification, it's a WhatsApp line. It's a customer service line, not a channel, but a customer service line. Thank you so much for that.
I just have one closing remark to make. There are many Jamaicans that have never experienced a hurricane, the younger generation. The last major hurricane of this magnitude was Gilbert 37 years ago. So you have a large population that has never experienced.
Hello, fool.
4 or 5.
Last year I did
the eye of the hurricane
Beryl
brings a lull.
I'm going to feel baby bands Beryl, please.
Rain, and it is dangerous as persons will feel that the hurricane is over. And they will go outside to check on their houses or drive to check on family if they can, and the hurricane will return in short order and you will be caught off guard. That is where many lives have been lost in previous hurricanes. So again, I'm making an appeal, especially to those younger persons who have never experienced a Category 4 or 5 hurricane. Remain indoors until such time as the hurricane has passed. It has left Jamaica. If you get caught in the eye, you are in danger of injury or death. Again, God bless Jamaica, and I pray for each and every Jamaican.
Thank you so very much, Minister Vaz. We will be closing now, and as I wrap, I'll just underscore this note of being very, very careful. This is likely to be catastrophic. You have heard that word used many times. We pray for the best, but we're preparing for anything. And the plans are good. The collaboration is happening. The partnerships are real. So we do expect that once the system has passed, we will start executing on the plan. As I wrap, I want to say thanks to each and every worker of every organization represented here. This could be a long, painful, difficult rebuilding. And we know that you will be stretched. We know that it is difficult going, but we understand and appreciate your commitment as employees of JPS, of FLOW, of NWC, Digicel, and NWA. And on behalf of Jamaica, I want to say thank you all very much. Remember, stay safe and plug in to the legitimate channels for accurate, timely information. Thank you all very much.
We don't can't come off a stage and not to a word panway. But what is really missing from all of these press conference is funding allocation. No, you're not about that. Funding allocation. And it look like the journalists, them stitch way up, not look like, because none of them are asking about funding allocation and distribution. Of course, we're hearing many sources about. But these people are speaking to us as if burial never last year. And we didn't see the shambles. I mean, shambles in the aftermath of burial just last year. And they might make it look like, but may I wait for see what I learn. I'm waiting to see Jamaica, what they have learned, and how what they have learned will assist them. We're also waiting to see where the money is going to come from and when they're ready to start talk about the money. All like how we know say United Nations send over $2 million come give the Prime Minister this year, and the Prime Minister don't grunt about it. We don't know if it's spent on election, and now hurricane come out, we don't have no money. The government use the country's coffers where they thief off, then take money and buy election, and now the hurricane come and MPs and councillors don't have money. We're going to rub the MP and council them this morning, both Labour and PNP. But let us go back to the recent update of Melissa. Then when we come back, may I go rub Labour right and may I go rub PNP. Because Lord God, whoa! Lord God Almighty! Melissa draw them out. Melissa, it take a woman to embarrass you. John Crow. It take a woman to embarrass you. Son Jade will miss both Labour right and PNP are clean. Whenever touch fan in a Norman and Buster days. I mean, I want nobody can tell me say I lie this man. We fight with them. If you don't come tell me say I lie this man in globalists, me I know we call out. When you see the Jane them where them are clean. Mark Golden, Missy One Jane, in your constituency there. May I tell you, say, from Norman days, that not touch. What a disgrace. Melissa has shown them up. Right. Let us listen to the recent update on Melissa. Then we'll come back and rub out the MP them with them dirty gullies and them black drains.
It is early morning Sunday, October 26, 2025. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. We are watching this system now, a Category 4 hurricane. It will likely become a Category 5. It will be a 4 or a 5 as it makes landfall into Jamaica. This is going to be a direct hit, and for some folks in Jamaica, this is going to be the worst hurricane on record as it rolls in. It will be worse in some locations than Gilbert, than what happened with Charlie in the 50s, than some other storms out there. This is a powerful major hurricane. It is headed right toward Jamaica. You can see it here, how well defined it is. And this is what I've been talking about for days and days. We would see a satellite picture looking like this, the eye, all of that. It did rapidly intensify overnight. So we have that direct hit. Some of the rain bands are starting for some of us. We need to be in our safe locations. It's going to be a slow mover and a long duration as this moves in. Now with a system like this, where the eye comes on shore, that could be complete structure failure for some weaker structures. Roofs will be heavily damaged, if not torn off in spots. I know this is a lot of scary talk, but that's why we have done the preparation. That's why I've been doing everything I can over the last week to give out the warning on this. We're looking at power outages for weeks, if not longer in spots. With this, also not only the winds, but the rain, roads are going to be washed away. We're going to have significant mudslides. Not all of the roads. I keep it in perspective. You know me. I keep it in good perspective. But we are going to have heavy damage in certain locations in which communities will be isolated. You see the eye of this right here. These white shadings telling me we have the taller cloud tops. Now, one thing you could do today, not only continue with the very last minute stuff, and some of us have a little time, is keep the word out, because what's going to happen is some of us are going to wake up to sunshine again in our eastern sections and be like, hey, what storm? Is this storm coming? What you can do is let them know, yes, take a look at this. I'll give further updates. If you subscribe, you'll get the updates first. I'll be putting out updates throughout the day. It's a long duration event, so show them this. Again, this powerful Category 4, about to become a Category 5. That is just to the south, but those rain bands already working in, and we've had the catastrophic flooding in southern Haiti. Now, I've been trying to get in touch with one of my teams on the ground. I've yet to hear back. That is common, and that's what's going to happen in parts of Jamaica as well. It is going to be very hard to be in touch as we go over the next couple of days. Now, as we take a look at what's going on right now, this is going to move right on top of us in Jamaica, then into eastern Cuba. We're making the hurricane preps right up toward Guantanamo Bay, and then Crooked Island south. We're making those hurricane preps, watching out for a hurricane southeastern Bahamas, big chain. Again, northern Bahamas, not seeing anything out of this. This is extreme southeastern Bahamas, and then watching back through the Turks and Caicos with at least tropical storm conditions. Right now, it's a Category 4, so we're talking about 140 mile per hour winds, about 140 mile per hour winds, maybe a little bit stronger in some spots. Now, this is 100, the center of this is 195 kilometers or 120 miles to the south and kind of southeast, really south of Kingston at this point. It is moving so slowly. This is the concern. It's moving to the west at about 7 kilometers an hour, 5 miles per hour. So the slow go on this is one of the big issues on this, because it is just feeding off of those very warm water temperatures. Now, I mentioned where the center is still away from Kingston, for example, but this thing is going to grow and has to about 400 miles wide, about 650 kilometers wide. And the hurricane force winds will expand and extend for about the entire country of Jamaica. So no one's really getting out of this. There'll be some better spots. Western sections, Montego Bay will be a little bit better, but there's going to be hurricane winds. So that's, again, the best case scenario as this works in. Central and eastern zones, destructive winds out of this are a likelihood. That's what's going to happen. That's why we've been making those preparations as this moves in as a major hurricane. It is taking that worst case scenario track for us in Jamaica, and then eventually pushing its.
Let us just pause this and look at an outdoor camera in Jamaica, the current situation downtown Kingston at the moment. And while, let me see the audio on this and see if we can hear anything. Right, let's turn off the audio and you can watch some of what is currently going on downtown while we rub some of the not some, all of the MPs and councillors across our country. What a disgrace. Local government, Minister of Local Government, NWA, all of the councillors, them were take with money at ear time. What a disgrace. Miss Una clean some thing they call drain. Who uno can't even find when they start. Because even the community, uno lucky say some of the old people them alive. For sure us say a drain did it. What a disgrace, Jamaica. What a disgrace. Melissa opened them up, you know. Central and local government. We know they never do their work. It's not a strange thing. But what a disgrace. How Melissa come and run with backhoe and all sort. But we can't find the J in them. They have been blocked and covered over, overgrown and full with shrubbery and hedges. What a disgrace. And yet still when I hear about no money to sort out the pending catastrophe. Both Labour and PMP councillor, I say, they don't have no money to do this and that. The government are the means tested in the biggest disaster pending for us. The government are the means tested. What a disgrace, Jamaica. We're not lucky that some of the old people living in, because we wouldn't find. Then Jane won't walk and look for in the last 24, 36 hours. We wouldn't find them. And even when we don't find them, they have been black, left, right, center, top, bottom, local, thieving government, which is where much of our public purse gets siphoned off on a yearly basis. The junker them are coming up to the polls next year, February. These same junkers that left us with block drains. Some of these drains haven't touched since Naaman and Buster days. Successive government may always tell us that that's why me can't bat for nobody, me have to beat everybody. Successive government, central and local, has failed us. It is the consequences of the flash floods we've experienced. The black drain and gullies, and every year, local government get money every 3 months. Every year we disburse a budget to them, Jamaica. Aren't they all rich? Haven't they given their self 300% pay rise? And now a hurricane is coming. The worst we are to be to experience. And we not hear nobody talk about funding and allocation. Everybody are come out somber, and I tell we, oh, we're prepared. Oh, we're prepared. We heard that in Beryl. And we saw the devastation of Beryl. We saw the all over the place, do not much, do very little. The country and a lot of Jamaicans across the country is still recovering. The country's infrastructure, the roadway, where the Prime Minister a walk and itch and patch. Lord God Almighty, what a state the country got in when Gilbert done, when Melissa done. Because if this Prime Minister did maintain the roadway them, maybe maybe, just maybe, we could have itch and patch and a few left. But we beg God and nature to really spare it from a wrath. We're asking God and nature to spare us from a wrath. Because our country infrastructure in many ways can't bear it, particularly our health infrastructure. Because even if we did have road to drive the hospital, when we reach a hospital, they only have to pronounce we dead and wrap. We up. That's why I'm saying I'm confused with Dr. Tufton making bed space and no say they irritate me. Don't. Let's go back to the weather report. Things kind of little bit calmer than now, you know. Say I saw him come and him pull back and him carry on with himself. So we'll get back to that camera in a bit. But let's continue back with the weather update. But these politicians are uno friend them, are uno love come color me up over them, uno labor rights and uno PNP. We storm no color. Storm no color. But uno love come grab me up. For uno politician them, uno labor rights and uno PNP and say, uno same one don't be no drain them there in our community. Uno same berry one. Don't know where they drain them in our community there. Isn't it a disgrace? All of us to blame, you know? You think of the thieving, lazy, wicked politician them alone for blame? All of us to blame.
Way into eastern Cuba will accelerate. Once it passes Jamaica, it gets caught up in a front. That means it moves faster. And we'll keep an eye on Bermuda down the road, in particular by Thursday. I'm going to expand this out in this video as we work our way down the road. But now is the time you could share this information. We're about to get cut off with power. Get the word out, especially with some of us with some good conditions this morning in spots. Please, please, I know you're doing your part. Everything you got with the system as far as preparations and getting the word out, everything you got, do it, because this is one of those storms. It will be an historic storm for Jamaica. It's going to be a record-breaking storm, hurricane for Jamaica. And you know me, I do not say those things lightly, right? I've been I've been with you for day after day, year after year. I've been doing this for decades. This is going to be one of the most powerful storms to move through Jamaica. Jamaica, we're going to get on the other side of it. We've dealt with storms. We bounce back. That is what is going to happen. But in spite the recovery is going to take a while. Now let's go throughout the day today. I mentioned get toward Falmouth and Montego Bay, and this is important because the messaging is so important. Winds, it'll be breezy. We'll have some sunshine this morning. Some of us seen some of the stars this morning. But as the day goes on and this gets closer, we're going to be seeing it get closer, especially as we get into tonight. That's when we'll start to get those hurricane winds. Tropical storm impacts have already moved in for some of us in our eastern sections. So take a look at this map. If you're west, central, or east, all of us are going to get those impacts, but they're going to be slow in some spots to start. That's why I'm taking you day by day as we go through that. So that's today. Again, we need to be in place, especially eastern sections of Jamaica. Then as we work our way into tomorrow, we all need to be in our safe place. It's going to be a long duration. A lot of us are in shelters or in our homes. That may be good homes. We've taken in some neighbors as well. It's going to be a long go. 3 solid days of being in place, at least together with this. Then tomorrow, especially late in the day, you see the winds. Southern sections, Treasure Beach swinging all the way back toward the east, especially as we work our way deeper into Monday. We will have some winds around 150 miles per hour. We work over toward Black River. We're looking at some of the winds near 100 miles per hour. Could be a little bit higher. If this just curls a little bit back more, could be a little bit higher tomorrow. Northern sections, though, again, look at the winds. Not hurricane conditions during the day yet tomorrow. Okay, so that's the messaging, and I really appreciate you getting the word out. I do this channel for safety, and that's the bottom line. So just getting the word out, the messaging about this, again, just tropical, not just, but again, not the hurricane conditions yet. Northern sections as we go throughout much of the day tomorrow. Then, as we get into tomorrow night, that is when the worst weather arrives as we get into sunset tomorrow. tomorrow night, and as we work our way into Tuesday morning, you could see the winds, all of us. So if you're saying, hey, am I going to get this hurricane in Jamaica? The answer is yes. And you could see here, we could have winds. This is what I've adjusted. I've been, really, the forecast I've been showing you as a whole, as tricky as this has been, I've been doing my best job to give you the best information. And generally, it's been holding, especially over the last couple days. I did up the winds somewhat, Spanish Town toward Kingston, even back toward Milk River, right where this kind of comes on shore, watching Treasure Beach, winds 100 to 160 miles per hour, sustained right along the coast. That means higher gust. I've also upped the surge. I want to show you that. The rain totals also higher. So none of the news as a whole has been good. Again, I don't mean that in a scary way. It is my job to give you the correct information of what's going to happen, and that's what I'm doing. Northern sections, you see here, even St. Anne's Bay, 140 mile per hour winds by the time we get into tomorrow night.
I want to call your attention to an earth-shattering change that's happening in our society that I know you're aware of. AI. Are you?
Montego Bay, about 90 to 100 mile per hour winds at times, and again, extreme western zones will have some of that closer to the center of this, though those winds around 120. Now tomorrow night, the sounds are going to be scary. Remember that as you're sheltered in place. Remember I said that. Brian said that. It's going to be very scary at night with a very strong winds. It is howling. We're going to hear sounds of some stuff getting, trees going down, some stuff getting ripped apart. Again, that is very scary talk, I know, but I want you to know that giving you the heads up. You're going to be in your safe spot. It is going to be very scary. Then we'll get on the other side of this as we work our way into the day on Tuesday. Now, where this comes on shore, it could be right here, it could be closer to Treasure Beach, or it could be near Kingston. But in that core, the eye wall of this, that is the worst weather with this, right? That is where we're going to have destructive winds. Severe structure damage is likely, power loss for weeks. Could be longer in some spots because, again, some roads are going to get cut off with some of the wind that we're dealing with, and that will give us some isolation of some communities. So if you're having trouble getting in touch with some of your loved ones, of course, the communication, that is going to be no doubt a huge issue with this. Now, as we take a look at those winds where this comes on shore, we could have, and I am giving you the high end here, again, keeping it in perspective, but if this comes on shore with sustained winds, that's a constant wind of 160, that would equate to some gust of about 175 to 180. I hope that doesn't happen, but I'm giving you kind of the high end of that. So we're going to see this fluctuate most likely between a Category 4, Category 5. They fluctuate somewhat. So you may even hear of a touch of weakening at one point, but that's just because the eye kind of replaces itself. So look at this. Again, this is what we're preparing for. Even north coast, northeast section, 150 mile per hour winds. That is a possibility, if not a likelihood at this point as far as the wind gusts are concerned, and that's why we're going to see that very heavy damage. Now, as far as the rain goes, I want to show you, again, down the road, we'll cover everything as far as where this will end up, the surge, but the rain, the totals even higher because this got stronger quicker. Like I was telling you yesterday, it was getting stronger, even more so than the models were showing, and that's where we sit now, and that's my job, not just show you a bunch of models, but to let you know exactly what is happening. You can see the rain. Again, this favors eastern sections. As I mentioned, western sections, not as much, but we will have some spots up to about 40 inches of rain. That's going to be a possibility, right? Even extreme western sections of Haiti still, we're talking about the possibility of 40 inches, 750 millimeters. 750 millimeters or more of rain in a few pockets, and then elsewhere, very high rain totals. Again, eastern sections of Jamaica, and then swinging toward the peninsula of Haiti, where I've been trying to get out the word as best I can. Additional flooding, because as this moves up and around, it just wraps up more rain. The Dominican Republic, we could have some spots that get an additional 300 or 400 millimeters of rain. That's on top of the flooding we've already had in parts of the southern Dominican Republic. And you can see here, this is one of the models, and there will be that difference. Again, this is off of my chart in here. Kingston lifting to the north. We're going to have those spots up to or over 750 millimeters of rain, over 30 inches of rain. It will be a divide and a hurricane. All of the hurricane is bad. I mentioned the hurricane force winds we're going to get in our western zones, but the worst is off toward the center, of course, is the worst, and then just off toward the east. Because as this lifts to the north, you get that flow coming in. We're going to see that rain just flowing in, and it is not going to stop. It is life-threatening rain amounts. These are huge rain amounts, and then eventually up toward eastern Cuba, watching very closely. Now, here's the deal. The rain totals will be high on extreme southeastern Cuba. With that said, it's going to be accelerating, so the totals won't be as high once this gets up here. The problem is this is just sitting for days and days close and on top of Jamaica for today, parts of today, tomorrow, into tomorrow night, and then again at least early on Thursday. Now you can take a look at this map. This map, it's not the prettiest of maps, right? But if you stop this, if you put a pause on this, and you could kind of see your location on the map. Let me step out of the way. You see where you see these blues here, that's where most likely we're going to be taking on water with a combination of the surge and the fresh water, the rainwater falling from the sky. So these are the areas that I know some folks have been really helping other people get to safer locations. These are kind of the flood zones. And in this scenario, especially from central sections off toward the east, right in through here, that's where we're likely to see the flooding. Makes sense where we're along rivers, that sort of thing. We're going to be dealing with some very intense flooding and the mudslides that will be happening. Now, as we work our way again, central and eastern zones, I have upped what we're looking at for that surge. We're looking at about 2.5 meters to about 4 meters. That will put that in line closer to what happened with Gilbert in some locations. These are the zones I'm incredibly concerned about. Right in through here, you get from Hunter's Village, swinging all the way back toward Kingston with that surge, 2.5 meters to 4 meters or 9 to 13 feet. What that is as a Category 4 or Category 5 rolls in. Either way, the damage and the impacts are generally the same in that. With that said, you get this abnormal rise in the water. So the water simply is going to rise 2.5 meters to about 4 meters or up to about 13 feet. And then in these zones here, these brighter colors, again, you can put a pause on this if you need to. That's where the water is going to filter in. And those are the locations that will be underwater because of the surge. Of course, we'll have other locations dealing with the freshwater flooding from what's falling to the sky. These are huge impacts that we are going to see in some locations. Now, it's not going to be as high as far as the surge is concerned. Of course, the northern coast. Keeping an eye on this, though, near Black River, this shifts a little bit more. At the center is a little bit more off toward the west. We're looking at, and even now, we're looking at a solid 1 to 1.5 meters of that surge. 3 to 5 feet. So again, these areas, as we get closer to St. Elizabeth, these are the areas that are going to be taking on water. We know this area, again, low-lying if you've been through there, so you get that feel that in a system like this, it's going to be taking on a lot of water. Now, we're already in action. Everything you can in Jamaica to stay safe from this. Do it. That's the bottom line. Everything you got, we do it. We stay safe. We get on the other side of this together. Haiti, of course, we've been getting the word out together, especially along the peninsula. Life-threatening flooding is happening. There's already been some reported deaths. We'll get more into that in the aftermath of that. Back toward the southern peninsula of Haiti. Again, watching more and more rain. It's not stopping yet, right? It's actually going to get a little bit worse as this moves toward Jamaica, and keeping a very close eye on the southern coast of the Dominican Republic. We're taking all the preparations we can to stay away from some of this flooding. High impacts, again, extreme southeastern Cuba, western Cuba, central Cuba, fine. Thank you for getting the word out. And again, right through here. And then much of the Bahamas are not getting the hurricane impacts. I'm going to repeat that. Much of the Bahamas not getting the hurricane impacts. Southeastern Bahamas will see the hurricane impacts. Over 700 islands. So again, keeping things in perspective to let you know where things are going, but also where they're not going, right? That's important. Sometimes you see these entities, it makes it look like a hurricane is going to hit everyone. That is not the case. I do the best I can to really zoom this down. Turks and Caicos, we're taking the preparations, hurricane to tropical storm conditions, and we're making those full preparations again from about Crooked Island south across the southeastern Bahamas. You see the track, everything takes this right into Jamaica.
Hey, want to know
That's
how I was
why I
able
make
to
a plea
catch
to
this
the man,
monster
the direct
700 pip
evacuation,
move in euro dollar and how you can do exactly the same? Well, let me show you.
And then right into eastern Cuba, and then Crooked Island or south will be accelerating. And then we're going to keep an eye on Bermuda. I'll show you that. I'll expand out the view in just a second. Here's Bermuda. It may be to the south or it could be to the right into Bermuda. But again, once it gets to Bermuda, it will be a system that is not as strong. As we well know, in Bermuda, it will be weakening as it kind of lifts. Still could pack a punch, but it will be moving at least quickly. But you can see here again, everything is in line. All of the models, all of that stuff, all of the models have this as a category 4, potentially a category 5. Category 4s and 5s fluctuate because the eye replaces itself at times. So again, you may hear of it got stronger, got a little weaker, got stronger. These systems kind of breathe. So either way, it's going to be category 4 or category 5 at landfall in Jamaica tomorrow night and very early Tuesday. We look at the water temperatures. This is rolling right over where the warmest water is in the Caribbean. That's been kind of the concern all season long. If something got into the Caribbean or into the Gulf, that it would develop rapidly, and that is exactly what happened. I've been talking about that since May, the concerns on that. This is not going to shoot its way toward Florida or into the Gulf or into Central America. It is going to be making the turn, and I could show you why in just a second. I'll show you kind of what's helping steer this. Now, here's the European model. Here we are in Jamaica right here. I know this map is different, but I want to give you everything I've got. So you can put a pause on this if you kind of need to take this in. Here's Jamaica. Here's this system. This is later today, a powerful hurricane. Those rain bands continue to pump in to Haiti. And then, of course, mainly eastern sections. Again, western sections, the impacts will be a little bit less. We know that. That's why I've been showing you. And again, not a whole lot today and even into parts of tomorrow. Then you can see here, this is by tomorrow morning. Hurricane impacts starting to roll in. I mentioned tomorrow morning, and then through the day, southern coast, watching that as this powerful hurricane moves in. It's moving so slowly, right? We're going to be sheltered in place for so long. As we work our way into tomorrow evening, it starts to move in. Those are the winds. We're talking about 100, pushing 120, 130 at times along the southern coast, north coast, the tropical storm conditions tomorrow. Then as we work our way into Monday night, tomorrow night, this moves right across Jamaica. Here's Jamaica right through here, so we get the hurricane impacts on the north coast as well. Again, a little bit lesser to the west. Those are the better locations, central and eastern zones. High impacts of a category 4 to category 5 hurricane. Then as we work our way into Tuesday, it's going to accelerate. That's the good news, deeper into Tuesday. So here we are in Jamaica. This is Tuesday afternoon. It gets out of Jamaica. It's going to be moving quicker at this point, but then it moves right toward Guantanamo Bay, lifting across southeastern sections of Cuba. This here is by the time we get into Wednesday. By Wednesday, you could see it again, extreme southeastern Bahamas, watching the Turks and Caicos, still a powerful hurricane at this point. Not a category 4 or 5 most likely. We'll be watching it, but it could be, but it is going to be a very strong hurricane nonetheless. And then eventually, by the time we get into Wednesday night, this will have moved off into the water away from the Bahamas. But I'm also watching what's going to happen down the road. I'll expand that out, watching Bermuda as well. Now you can see here, here's the American model. This was the one showing it near Haiti. That didn't happen. This is showing this move, a very similar scenario with all of the models now. Again, we are better. I try to find some good news. We're better in our western sections, still hurricane impacts, but central and eastern zones, we're going to see the high impacts. And you see the American model has this, again, staying off the coast, as most of the models do. And it's kind of a, hey, what storm at this point type of scenario, but you're getting the messaging out, because then you see here the American model by tomorrow morning, like the European model, shows some of those hurricane conditions starting to wrap in. Such a slow mover. Then we go from Monday night deeper into the day on Monday. There's your time frame. This here is by the time we get into 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock. Right here, there's the eye of it starting to work in. Tropical storm conditions, far eastern or far western sections, the extreme hurricane conditions, central and eastern sections of a major hurricane moving right into Jamaica. The eye is going to pass right across Jamaica, most likely in our eastern sections, and then it starts to lift up to the north. Meanwhile, All of the rain on the backside continues to filter in to Haiti and parts of the Dominican Republic, even enhanced rain back toward Puerto Rico as we work our way through Tuesday, rolling right across extreme southeastern sections of Cuba. Most of Cuba not getting this. Extreme southeastern sections, and then watching over toward Crooked Island south, back through the Turks and Caicos for hurricane to tropical storm conditions that will eventually be moving in. You see it here. There's the eye of it, still powerful hurricane for extreme southern Bahamas, watching the Turks and Caicos for some hurricane impacts Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, and that's why we're making the preparations. And I track storms start to finish, so as you subscribe, you'll get the updates, and I'll continue to take you through the storm the entire way. Now, looking at the winds, miles per hour, kilometers an hour on your screen, these winds are underdone. Again, it's not picking up on how strong it is, but it gives you an idea of how big it is, right? This model is off. This is the American. Most of the models are off at this point for the strength. Again, I mentioned right now winds are at 140 on this sucker, but look at that wind field. Tropical storm conditions for days across the peninsula of Haiti. Meanwhile, the hurricane conditions move in tomorrow morning. Central and south central and southeastern coast of Jamaica. And then by the time we get deeper into tomorrow, and in particular tomorrow night, you see the center of this would be by 5 p.m., just nonstop heavy rain, heavy winds, the tropical storm conditions over toward Montego Bay, the hurricane conditions back toward Kingston. Then tomorrow night, all of us get some hurricane conditions with that eye moving right on top of either central or eastern sections of Jamaica. And where that eye wall is, that's the ring, the eye of it. That's where we're going to have destructive winds, and then lifting up to the north. And you can see it here by the time we get into Tuesday morning. So as we're sheltering in place and we're hearing all these sounds, and it is very scary, know that as we go throughout Tuesday, improvements come. 5 p.m. on Tuesday, this right into extreme eastern sections of Cuba. Meanwhile, still tropical storm conditions for Haiti. It's been about a week of that with the life-threatening flooding. This will lift right into Wednesday. You can see here Tuesday night into Wednesday over the southeastern Bahamas, back through the Turks and Caicos, and then after that, lifting to the north. I'll expand out the view in just a second from Canada, the U.S., back toward Bermuda. But Jamaica, we're going to have some I don't use this word lightly. Not all of, but all of Jamaica, we're getting hurricane impacts. We're going to see damage across Jamaica. We know that, right? Where that eye comes on shore, there are going to be catastrophic impacts of structure failure, trees down, roads kind of cut off. We know that. I've been showing you that for really days and days, and many of us will get stuck in place. We'll lose touch with our loved ones for a period of time. So kind of letting them know that outside of Jamaica, that it is going to be tough for some of us to kind of stay in touch as communication gets cut off. We have some isolation of communities. Worst weather for Jamaica will be rolling in late Monday night into very early on Tuesday. That's when the worst weather moves in, but it's kind of already started in spots as far as the rain goes, because we're just going to continue to see those totals pile up. So please do me the favor, just get the word out about this, especially since it's going to be such a slow mover. Now the wave heights, and then we'll expand out further in a second, of course they're going to be very high. The surge is the concern. We have the massive waves out there, but as this moves in, we get the abnormal rise in the water. That's the surge that is deadly if you're in those surge zones, because that's basically the ocean coming in, right? That's what the surge is. These are the wave heights, and you just get the idea here. Another system coming off the southeast coast of the U.S. That's what's going to help kind of steer this thing, help kind of hook this up. There'll actually be two systems. I'll show you those in just a moment. But you see the wave heights. This here is by the time we get into Wednesday. Again, the waves, the seas in the northern Bahamas by the time we get into Wednesday are because of the system coming out of the U.S., not actually because of this area. Then this area lifts more into the Atlantic by the time we get into Thursday, as that tries to pull away, but closer to Bermuda. Here's the big picture. So Bahamas here, watching Bermuda here. It's this system here pulling through the Tennessee Valley, southeast U.S., another one of those autumn fronts that turns this right into Jamaica. the weather tied together on a regional, global scale. This one turns it, that grabs it. So we'll see some additional rain eventually Tuesday as we work our way into Bermuda. So this is what's kind of curling this. You see it right there by the time we get into Tuesday. And then a second system really gives it that final kick as it moves. But with that, we're still going to monitor how close this gets to Bermuda. This is the area that was looking like it could be a nor'easter, just kind of mainly offshore. But you can see as we work our way into Thursday, this could be very close to Bermuda Thursday or Thursday night. We'll see if it's on top of Bermuda or just a miss. If this comes to Bermuda, of course, it will be weaker and it will be a fast mover by the time it gets to Bermuda. So all eyes on Jamaica. Everything you got to prepare to stay safe. Everything you got. We do it over the next 3 days. We have to. We've got to do it. Cayman Islands, this is not coming to the Cayman Islands. This is staying off toward the east. That is good news for the Cayman Islands as we try to find some good news around. Covering everyone. Trinidad and Tobago still monitoring the seismic activity. Again, we had that earthquake a couple days ago. Isolated chance of showers. Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, St. Lucia. Melissa's not coming into these areas. Rain chance has gone down in Grenada. About a 20% chance for tomorrow. St. Vincent and the Grenadines just isolated. 30% chance as we work our way back toward Martinique. Isolated shower, kind of passing variety from Dominica back through Guadeloupe. Rain chance 20, maybe 30%. Antigua and Barbuda, rain chance relatively low, 20 to 30%. We do that again. St. Kitts and Nevis and Montserrat, rain chance staying on the low side. Eastern Caribbean, rain chance not super high. Anguilla and St. Bart's, 20 to 30% chance. Same thing. St. Martin, Saba, and Statia. We swing back toward Puerto Rico. Some of the outer bands will be with us. And in those, we can get isolated areas of flooding, right? We've seen that the last couple days, so we're still in that pattern. May catch a few of the outer bands for parts of the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. Meanwhile, in the Bahamas, all eyes on the extreme southeastern Bahamas, where we are making those hurricane preparations now to stay safe. We're in action mode. Not all of the Bahamas, just extreme southeastern sections. And again, Turks and Caicos, we're making those hurricane preps. Hurricane or tropical storm conditions will eventually be moving in across the Dominican Republic. Again, the life-threatening flooding in the southern zones in just terrible, terrible impacts across the peninsula of Haiti for days and days. This is going to continue. We are thinking of you across Haiti, especially Jacmel, swinging back toward the west. Belize, rain chance about 30 to 40%. Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire, rain chance not too high. Could catch a passing shower, looking at a 20 to 30% chance as we go over the next few days. From Guyana and Suriname, the rain chance is not high, mainly dry throughout much of Suriname, and of course extreme southeastern sections of Cuba. That's where we'll have the impacts from Hurricane Melissa. Costa Rica and Panama, rain chance trying to trend down. Still have some rain around Nicaragua. We're looking at a 50% chance, a 40% chance in Honduras. Again, this area is not coming toward Honduras or Belize or San Andres or Providencia. Guatemala and El Salvador, 30 to 40% chance. Mexico City, rain chance holding at 20%. A 30% chance from Merida back through Campeche and Cancun. 50% chance as we work our way from northern Colombia back through northern sections of Venezuela. And as we get back toward Bermuda, by Tuesday, that's the system coming out of the U.S. And then by the time we get into Wednesday night, into Thursday, we'll be keeping a very close eye on where the rest of Melissa ends up. So a direct hit of Hurricane Melissa that is moving into Jamaica, Category 4, Category 5 at landfall. Again, either way, the damage, the outlook would be the same. Record rain amounts, floods, and wind. And we're taking action extreme eastern Cuba, southeastern Bahamas, and the Turks and Caicos as we watch what's next with this system. So thank you for your trust and doing your part. You've been amazing in the comment section. I'll be going through those throughout the day. I'll have more updates, of course, for you. I've got you covered right here. Thank you for your kindness. Please, please be safe.
Whatever you can create. We can't say it enough how safe you should be. Let's go back to this camera in downtown Kingston, because the weather keep popping up and going quiet, as you know it usually does when a storm approaches. You have periodic pop-ups of the weather, then it goes quiet again and all that. But we are hoping for the best to happen. We are hoping to escape the worst, rather. We're also hoping that government, that camera is frozen, that government has really learned something from Beryl, and they will seek to put in place measures quickly after the hurricane to alleviate the people of the suffering we see people went through in the aftermath of Beryl. So we are hoping people are trying to leave the country. Flight go today? Hold on there. Is there flights going out the country today? I thought the airports were already closed down, or this is an old repeated video. But it's live at the moment. I don't know if they're replaying a live or airport are still
Yeah, I came here for
open.
vacation to reunite with family and friends. I've not.
I think it's because I think airport closes yesterday, didn't they? I think both airports were closed yesterday. But as me there say, and we have to talk what we say, Melissa showed up these entire people. Let me see if I find Flatbridge camera. Showed up these entire people because the drains that we see them going around, see them cleaning and clearing. Thank God them a try. Kingston closed yesterday. So if anything, and no, Montego Bay for 2. Montego Bay closed 2 p.m. today. Okay. So people still a try make them way out of the country. Let me try pick up Flatbridge camera. Bear with me, please. Because I saw it somewhere earlier today, because it's only a matter of time before the water gone over Flatbridge. Little London, Westmoreland. Oh, this is a Little London camera. But hold on. But local government, this is why I say Jamaica people. When you vote for something, no? Vote and put on politicians them to work. Because the drain situation here is showing us how much these money that are being allocated, these money that are being collected, that is coming from central government, from Desmond McKenzie office, and going to the different municipal corporations across the country. When you notice with money, this is a camera in Little London, Westmoreland. Hold on, me search for more camera. All these money are wasted because nothing is being done. They drain them in our country, historically block up. The younger generation don't even know where they are. Them full up just like landfill. It's like the drains and gullies in our country has become landfill. Oh yes, let me go back into my history. Our drains and our gullies have become landfill in Jamaica because Hence why we cannot, in this moment, we're search for them and we can't find them. We're searching for them and we cannot find them because for years, some of them, especially in my community, since the 80s, late 80s or early 90s, they not touch. Because me remember one time when them something they used to get clean and when road work used to go on, them something they cut out of fashion. Hence you see why all these drain block up. And now at the time when danger surround we, when the possibility of a lot of people losing their lives, we see politicians now quickly running around, clearing drains. Running around clearing drains. Something they can't even find. Something they don't even seem to have the budget to do at the moment. Because we don't in a body much talk about money. And this preparation to alleviate some of what we expect to face it needs money. But for some reason or another, we really don't hear no money argument on the table. No money argument. No really dep on the table right here now. So you have to wonder what's going on. This is Barbican at the moment. Melissa will really start show her strength till later on tonight into tomorrow, given how slow she move at the moment. But we hope nobody takes any risk at all. Melissa, now go give warning. Melissa will just creep up with almighty speed from nowhere at all. So you just cannot say you have time to go down the road or time to go around there. So no, all of your preparation, getting your food and medication, battening down the hatches, all of that should have already been secure, and you're waiting to get through the worst. You're waiting to get through the worst, being prepared. Prepare yourself for any eventuality that might occur. But given our experience in the aftermath of Melis and the aftermath of what's her name? Beryl. The people, it took a long time for people to even see authorities' figures in their neck of the woods. So we're appealing to the government to make sure all the agencies and the municipal corporation across the country, ADPEM and everybody, is being funded adequately. So whenever the hurricane with us, whenever time the hurricane passes, the people can be assisted. There will be a lot of people without food, people who are already struggling to get food, people who hustle on a day-to-day basis to eat, Prime Minister, members of parliament and councils across the country, private sector. We want to see better coordination than what we saw last year in Beryl. We are calling on JPS and NWC to make sure them work robustly in the aftermath of the election, in the aftermath of the hurricane. Should we have our system down in the way it happened during Beryl, and we are told to be expect worse than Beryl, given the fragile infrastructure that our country has. Yes, we know movability in the aftermath of the hurricane. Movability for Jamaica, for the JPS, could be a problem because a lot of tree clearing have to go on. This is where NWA comes in. So I hope, I don't know if the government have itself well coordinated and positioned in certain critical areas across the country, such as the southern belt, we expect to take a battering like last year, to make sure those people who will be activated immediately in the aftermath are already on the ground and is not traveling from hither and thither. And a lot of support is already on the ground, because we don't want to see people suffering for food and water. We don't want to see people suffering for food and water like what we saw happen during in the aftermath of what's you might call her burial. So we are hoping that the government learn something. Let us go to Flatbridge. We are hoping that the government learns something, and that what they have learned from Beryl will be implemented as preventative, precautionary, or measures to alleviate the stress of the people. What is wrong with this? The stress of the people in the aftermath of hold on, this is, why is this page freezing up? A lot of these camera in Jamaica is freezing up at the moment because, you know, the weather. People still, this is what's, go back to Little London. People still are move about. But a lot depends on government in how the recovery effort is coordinated and how the operational delivery is conducted on the ground. So we can do more but pray for people. We can do more than appealing to them to make sure una stay safe, particularly my community and my family. You are in a zone of danger. Speaking to many of you after Hurricane Beryl, you were frightened. You were frightened of the veracity or the ferociousness of Hurricane Beryl. This is expected to be worse. The eye is, if on direction of what is predicted, will be drawn over you. A lot of my family, the sea is 100 to 200 meter found a back door. 100 to 200 meter, Usain Bolt running distance. That's where the sea is from majority, most of my family back door, as me say. That part down a part what we call Windad and Load. Windad is my father's side of family, and Load is my mother's side of family. The sea, the 100 to 200 meter from them back door. And then the lake, the 100 to 200 meter from them front door. I kid you not. That's the strip. That's the strip that we live on. The sea there, so. And if we run go here, so, at the lake we buck up, you know. If we run go here, so we buck up in a sea. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Hold on there. I need to show you something, globalist. Just bear with. One enough to take no chance, Jamaica. We cannot take any chance with this weather. This weather will be unlike any we've experienced before. Hold on there. This will be unlike any we've experienced before, and we should not take the risk with our lives. We should not take the risk with our lives. So that's why I may appeal to you, move from those areas. Hold on. Oh, just now come up and I missed something there.
Girl was left stunned. Don't start that yet. Don't start that yet.
Hold on, the globalist, man. Oh, you want to show Portland people we know where we're going. Portland people we know where
we normally walk. You see that?
Chris Tucker once said,
"Don't start us yet."
Rise, am I right?
Rise, it alright. Look at this, guys. Right here is land where we normally walk. You see that? Yeah, man, a lot of power. Right here used to be land where we walk, guys. And you see that? Hurricane don't start us yet, you know. See that? Yeah. Look at that, guys. You see that? Based on what we're seeing now, it seems as if this boat might not be as safe as we think. So maybe we have to move it up there. Based on what's going on here, we don't think it's safe here anymore. Hey, you think so we try to push it up now for true, cause based on what we're seeing now, guys, I wish you guys were here to see how the water is acting out there. The camera isn't speaking any justice. Yeah? Maybe we have to move it. We You might think this so it's safe, but it don't seem that way, guys. Because the hurricane don't start as yet, and the water is coming up all these places, guys, and these are places where we normally walk, where there is land. You see that? The rain don't start fall and the river come down as yet. And this is what's happening. Look at those waves. Marcus, we might have to move this boat, you know. Yeah. Don't start as yet.
Rise, am I right?
Rise, it alright. Look at this, guys. Right here is land where we normally walk. You see that? Yeah. Yeah, man, a lot of power. Right here used to be land where we walk, guys. And you see that? Hurricane don't start as yet, you know. See that? Yeah. Look at that, guys. You see that? Based on what we're seeing now, it seems as if this boat might not be as safe as we think. So maybe we have to move it up there. Based on what's going on here, we don't think it's safe here anymore. Hey, you think so? We try.
And Jamaica, the tidal surge don't come yet. The tidal surge is not here yet. So that's why we appeal to people, don't take any chances. The whole of down party seaside at risk. We have a neighboring community as well, where water pathway, when named Spice Grove, where it could be very risky as well. So we're appealing to everybody. Make sure you don't stay to protect material and then you get swallowed up by the system. Yes, a lot of you can't swim. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is, do not put yourself in the position of danger, especially the experience you've all had last year when Beryl walked across the southern section of the island, where it's quite similar touchdown fitting in the river. Resident of Yalas are happy river cleaning. Let's look at this bit of river cleaning. Where did go on Yalas? Because Lord God Almighty, this state and this grade.
We get in a big trouble about the water problem. I tell you that overflow the bank and come on out. So the water, we're glad about the tractor coming and clean today. Thankful about that. The member of parliament. It's a
MP and councillor, you don't have to hate Beryl. How many flatbridge camera there freeze? Me did bring it up, but it was freezing. But I'm gonna go back to flatbridge. You must have what Beryl, me nah lie. Local and central government, if you don't have what no Beryl, we make nice, yes, so you know.
James come and clean in the river today. We're thankful about that. So as the hurricane approaches, sorry about that. While the hurricane approaches so far, we are thankful about it. They are cleaning today. Thank you very much.
We don't have to tell them thank. It's their job. None of my manager don't tell me thank. Nothing. To tell people thanks for their job. Let us go back to Flatbridge. How much or how effective, how much will these haphazard drain cleaning will achieve as opposed to if we have an annual or at least a twice a year drain clean, or at least every year when we're approaching a hurricane season, we have our drains clean. Jamaica, we have to put the pressure on these people to get these things right. Hurricane is not a if it will happen in our neck of the woods. More and more, it's becoming frequent in our neck of the woods. So we ought to want to have a say in how all of this thing is put together and being done. So we need to draw with MP them, particularly local government who has a responsibility for drain cleaning and gully cleaning and all that jazz. We need to draw them to the fold. We need to make sure this is the argument we're going to have with them going forward. We need an annual drain cleaning. We need annual gully cleaning. We have to participate, Jamaica. We can't just leave it up to the thieves. They're there to thief and tell lies. That's their job. That's why they do so well at it. Our job is to put them to work and monitor them. Something we're not doing well off. Because we in the community have leave our drains to be clogged up. We know what the drain them did there. We turn a blind eye to them. We no call politicians and put them to work. We no remind them of them duty. And when we talk about them, all on one color me up and sitting out. The whole way I go Joan did off. Because the country drainage system is blocked up. And every year, we, the taxpayer, disburse a budget to local government. We disburse a budget to the National Works Agency. And we country block up. Me see them a try to find some catastrophe around the country where they see a drain, where the people them in the community don't even know which part the drain them there. This is what is happening to us. And the politician alone fault. When politicians get elected, they ain't got a town. And if they don't got a town, them find some high society going on. But enough for your community, they drain them there. Enough for your community, the gully there. Enough for your community, the river banking, and the sea where come closer there. Jamaica, we have to participate. We can't just hand it over to them. So good God Almighty, have you not seen that they haven't done a good job? Haven't you seen that our politicians, labor rights and PNP haven't done a good job? That's why we have shambolic roadways. That's why we have shambolic hospitals and education system. That's why we infrastructure weak. Because with money, we spend power with infrastructure and with country get siphoned off by politicians. And see there now, hurricane come. We don't hear nobody talk about money. We hear everybody talk about how they prepare. But we don't hear nobody talk to we about money and how few taxpayer money I go sort out few problem after the election. We don't really hear much talk about money. Because we hear Mr. Massman there, JPS, come out, come tell we say, you just prepare on yourself to foot the bill after the election. After the hurricane, on a plan to foot the bill. That's what they're saying. That is what they are saying. I'm live at the moment. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, let me see. Chaos in Dominica Republic. Let me look at one of the aftermath in Dominica. One second. Bear with us. Bear with us. We're not gonna love politician to no grave. We're not love politician. We're not gonna love politician to no grave, Jamaica. No care what politician do, we no protect them and defend them. Why I chose to be in media is so that I can color up politicians as and when it's necessary, whoever they may be, whichever political party they may be affiliated to. It's my job, my job to color up with politicians, not my job to pat them on the back and to be mannerable and respectful to them and not ask them a question because it may be politically advantageous to the other party or politically a disadvantage to it. That's not my business. That's not my business. If you were doing your job, I wouldn't have to ask you a question that may put you on the spot or a question that might be disadvantageous to you. That is not my job. My job is not to think about people's feeling. If I was to stop and think about people's feeling, there's very far I would be able to get. So I'm not out here to think about people's feeling. If your feeling get bruised, get a bloody band-aid. Simple. The
Atlanta.
This is aftermath damage of what happened in Dominica Republic of some of Melissa's devastation.
Hurricane season has made its presence felt with the passage of Tropical Storm Melissa, which lashed the Dominican Republic's capital, Santo Domingo, with heavy rain and strong winds on Thursday and Friday, October 23rd to 24th, 2025. The slow-moving system unleashed significant rainfall, triggering floods and landslides that disrupted daily life, though initial reports indicate Santo Domingo appears to have escaped the worst of the potential damage. Footage and reports from Santo Domingo depicted streets turning into fast-flowing rivers as the intense rainfall quickly overwhelmed drainage systems. Al Jazeera and Reuters reported scenes of vehicles navigating flooded streets and several small landslides affecting the capital's infrastructure. Local reports from social media also showed fallen trees and power lines, with some neighborhoods experiencing electricity cuts. The U.S. Embassy in Santo Domingo issued a weather alert on October 23rd, advising residents and visitors of the heavy rain and the risk of flash flooding. While Santo Domingo experienced significant tropical storm conditions,
Oops. Jamaica, the purpose of the burping, the sudden burping. Hold on there.
the most severe threat of Melissa's intensification into a major hurricane appeared to shift toward other parts of the Caribbean, particularly Jamaica and southern Haiti. The storm's erratic and slow-moving nature created a high degree of uncertainty, with forecasters from the National Hurricane Center warning of potentially catastrophic flash flooding and landslides as it strengthens. According to CNN, rainfall totals of up to 14 inches were projected for southern Haiti and the southern Dominican Republic, with isolated areas possibly receiving even more, depending
depending on Melissa's
I drink pepper tea and they give me one sudden hiccup. I have to remember when I go talk. So, the purpose of us showing you these images, Jamaica, it's so that you can take the necessary precaution. What happened in Dominican Republic here is a tropical storm strength. It is now a Cat 4 hurricane, expected to possibly step up to a Cat 5 by the time it gets over us. Be worse than what you're seeing now.
track and intensity. The Dominican Republic's Emergency Operations Center placed numerous provinces, including Santo Domingo, on red alert status as the storm progressed. These alerts signaled the danger of strong winds, heavy rain, and associated flash flooding. COE's app, Alerta COE, and website were recommended for residents to stay updated on conditions. In a televised address, COE Director Juan Manuel Mendez urged the population to remain in their homes or designated shelters and to exercise extreme caution. While the city of Santo Domingo was spared a direct hit from a major hurricane during Melissa's passage, the event serves as a reminder of the region's vulnerability. The city has a history of major hurricane impacts, though direct hits are infrequent compared to some other Caribbean islands. A devastating Category 4 or 5 storm that leveled much of Santo Domingo. A catastrophic Category 4 storm that made a direct hit, causing immense damage and loss of life. A Category 3 hurricane that hit the southern coast, including Santo Domingo, causing widespread destruction and flooding. More recently, major storms like Fiona, 2022, and Franklin, 2023, affected the Dominican Republic with strong winds and flooding, though Santo Domingo was not the primary area of impact. The increasing intensity and frequency of severe weather events in the Caribbean highlight the region's vulnerability to climate change. The warming of ocean waters provides more energy for storms to develop and intensify, making them more destructive. The Dominican Republic's location places it at high risk for climate change impacts, with potential for increased flooding, coastal erosion, and damage to infrastructure. The World Bank and other organizations are increasingly focused on building climate resilience within the country, particularly for vulnerable populations living in high-risk areas. As Tropical Storm Melissa continues its path, authorities in Santo Domingo and across the Dominican Republic will focus on assessing and addressing the damage caused by the heavy rainfall. Residents are advised to continue monitoring weather alerts and to exercise caution due to ongoing preparedness as the Caribbean enters the most active part of the Atlantic hurricane season. This news report provides a detailed overview of Tropical Storm Melissa's impact on Santo Domingo, referencing recent events and historical context. It is based on information available up to October 24, 2025. It details the storm's effects on the city, its uncertain path, official warnings, historical context, and the broader issue of climate change. The information is organized to provide a comprehensive and detailed account, staying within the requested character limit. Meanwhile, the Dominican Republic has been hit by the full force of Tropical Storm Melissa, which moved slowly through the Caribbean Sea in late October 2025, bringing torrential rains and gusty winds to the entire island. The storm, which also threatened.
The government has had a link out for one of his much of ado nothing press conference. We will monitor that to see what they will come to drivel about this evening, because so far it's just driveling. We expect Dana Morris, Dixon, Darrell Vaz, Ded McKenzie, and one other somebody that man from the weather reading man. So we'll monitor. Let's keep up with these image, and we'll keep monitoring till the junker them pitch down, them a circle around the tree top, you know. So when the junker them pitch a dot, we'll go back over to the junkers.
To intensify into a hurricane, caused widespread flooding, landslides, power outages, and infrastructure damage across multiple provinces, forcing thousands to evacuate. As Melissa approached, the country's emergency operations center placed numerous provinces under red alert, signaling the highest threat. This included major areas such as Greater Santo Domingo, Monte Plata, and San Cristobal, among others. In response to the intensifying conditions, officials, including COE Director Juan Manuel Mendez, urged residents in high-risk zones to evacuate to designated shelters and for everyone else to stay indoors. Public schools and government offices in the most affected provinces were closed to minimize risk and allow for emergency response.
Kiss me rotted. I didn't even realize that we gone back in reverse. We're 5 hours ahead now. Because I was concerned as to why. Oh, yeah. I was thinking because the press conference was set for 6 o'clock in Jamaica, and I was thinking it's for 12 o'clock in Jamaica, and I was thinking it's going to be 6 o'clock here. But then I noticed it's 5 o'clock. So last night we went back an hour. Oh, dear. Never mind.
Operations. The primary and most destructive impact of Tropical Storm Melissa was the prolonged and intense rainfall. Reports from around the country painted a grim picture of inundated communities. Footage shared on social media and reported by outlets like the Associated Press showed streets transformed into raging rivers, with vehicles being swept.
Hold on there. Before Auntie Angela people them come to the podium, make them see how leadership sound. Not Auntie and no.
If ever we needed a reminder.
Auntie Angela will be coming to the podium. But Auntie, when we say Andrew Holness, the name again, Auntie something another. But Auntie Angela will be in this evening press conference. I wonder if Auntie Angela is going to come with the same hissy fit that she came with yesterday in the yellow blouse.
If ever we needed a reminder of how unstable and how dangerous this world that we live in is, and how vulnerable our Caribbean region is, it is now with us, facing a multiplicity of threats. We don't need to look any further than the menacing vessels, military vessels from the United States across the Caribbean Sea, including what is reputed to be the world's
Beg your pardon,
largest...
the globalists. I can't do it no other way about this, because I don't have manners like that. Pussy. Yes, you, Andrew, come here. This is how leaders speak. Not some like a lop-tail, sit on a roadside tenement yard girl like you, back road leader. This is how leaders speak. Yeah?
If ever we needed a reminder of how unstable and how dangerous this world that we live in is, and how vulnerable our Caribbean region is, it is now with us, facing a multiplicity of threats. We don't need to look any further than the menacing vessels, military vessels from the United States across the Caribbean Sea, including what is reputed to be the world's largest warship. These are not times of pirates anymore. This is 2025, and we have cause to be duly concerned, because even as that is happening, one of the most dangerous hurricanes for the 2025 Atlantic season is bearing down on our brothers and sisters in the Northern Caribbean. Melissa, we are facing, my friends, an extremely dangerous and untenable situation in Southern Caribbean. And as a people with a tragic history of being subjected to centuries of big power, orchestrated genocide, terrorism, and warfare, and as a small state, we have invested tremendous time and energy and effort in establishing and maintaining our region as a zone of peace. Peace is critical to all that we do in this region. And now that peace is being threatened, we have to speak up. I believe that the time has come for us, therefore, to be able to ensure that we do not accept that any entity has the right to engage in extrajudicial killings of persons that they suspect of being involved in criminal activities. As I said, we stand for the rule of law. And we believe that if there is other intelligence available that would cause you to take action that is an immediate threat to you as a nation, then you have a duty to share it with us. But on the face of it, conflating law enforcement with military action is a dangerous step, as Kerry Simmons advocated a few weeks ago. We equally do not accept that any nation in our region or the Greater Caribbean should be the subject of an imposition upon them of any unilateral expression of force and violence by any third party or nation.
That is Trinidad
There
word
are
for.
conflicts and disputes that are in need of resolution, then the place that they need to be taken for such resolution is the United Nations organization. And the methodology that must be deployed for the resolution is one of negotiation and peaceful actions taken in order to ensure that we can settle disputes. Barbados has always been that place. And that is why we were the location for the opposition and government in Venezuela to sign the pact here a few years ago, because we are friends of all and satellites of none. And I say so comforted that this has been the position of every single government of the country since independence. The violent actions that this buildup has led to needs to be the subject of dialogue. And I have said before, almost every war in the world in history has been ended by dialogue. So let us have dialogue to prevent the war from starting rather than to stop it when it has started.
No, sir. It don't go so. This can't go so. Jamaica people, me just see one video, yeah? Where one woman claims, say, our neighbor take, hey, Jesus. But then, if you go to burial, you would understand why should they want to do it. Because, to say, the people them in my community, during burial, after burial, they have to walk up and down all over the community and pick up zinc, nail back on their house. So now can you hear the junk them attack? They never help back the people them with their recovery. And the people them have to taka their way and sort their way out. In my community, everybody, and nobody zinc never had name pan it. So anybody find zinc, I feel your house it go pan. I saw it did go in a burial in my community. But this video of a woman with claims me see if me get in a studio phone. She now left it to burial. She now left it to Melissa. She make sure she take off it put down. So when Melissa come, Melissa a little bit less a work for though. Melissa, the woman say she not left so much work for you one. you make sure when you come, you not have so much work for do. No, sir. Me can't believe that this was suffer through. Lord God Almighty. No. Well, we all say Jamaica is not a normal place. And normal things really don't happen in Jamaica. The truth be told. When you come to Jamaica, normal thing don't go on there. And anything goes in a Jamaica. And if the video you're on a prank, then my God, this is Jamaica. This is Jamaica. I'm sure by daylight of morning we have a hurricane song for
when me look at my neighbor and I call over there, I say, I want to go on. Oh, you're not down the house, so. He said she had to take off the whole stop. Because she now with family said come take it off. She had take it off from now. Me believe in her. Yeah, she have sense. Go make Melissa take care of yourself. Hey guys.
I don't know if I true no globalist, but if I true, what's the problem? If something goes off it true, what is the problem? Because Melissa is going to take it off. Eh? If Melissa go take it off, why not listen to the problem? Why not listen to the little work for Melissa? Melissa may have little favor upon you. If Melissa says you help her out with some of the duties, you do some of the chore for her, Melissa just might be grateful to you. But if this is Jamaica, if this is reality and not a prank, then welcome to Jamaica. Because something have to go on there in the midst of everything will make you forget, say, you're stressed and you're in a danger at some point. We still await pan. The junker, they may look like they say dog down a dot. Draw the dead cow side to side. So they must circle until the dog them move. Then, when the dog them don't eat, the junker them can come down. So we are wait for them. They might take their time and fly down.
House and here knock. When me look at my neighbor and I call over there, I say, I want to go on. You're not down the house. He said she had to take off the whole stop. Because she now with family said come take it off. She had take it off from now. Me believe in her. Yeah, she have sense. Go make Melissa take care of yourself. Hey guys.
When you said that, Melissa come to your land where Juliet kill her and thief. No, sir. What a disgrace and the wholeness is them. But Jamaica, please, may I beg you now. Stop prioritizing politics and politicians and prioritize service and investment. Service and investment. Services to your community. Investment in your community so your community can upgrade. Jobs can come to your community. The roads in your community can fix. Every lamp post or every other lamp post can have a street light on it rather than 1-2 mile apart. That your drain and gullies are cleaned every May, at least every May. Because we know by that time we will be moving into our hurricane cycle, which runs till November. The disgrace of politicians running around now, trying to find drain where black up from Buster and Norman days, shows us the people that we don't care either. Because when the storm come, are we in a little rickety, tickety, shaky buildings that get consumed. But we are the people. We in the poorer class, the rickety ticketies and the big yards, are the houses that politicians target when them a look vote. And sometimes these big yards are the ones to face massive effect at a time like now. Local government election is coming up next year, February. Will you continue on the same journey? Will you just give them power to have titles and to enrich themselves rather than delivering services to the community? Me don't know if the drain situation wanna see all of these MP them are Russian, me say Mark Golden, me say Flight Green, me say Jess, various different MPs are do drain cleaning. Do you want me to clap for you? You would have to rather clap for yourself if you want to clap. Because when you look at the state of the drains that they're cleaning, it tells you how long of a failure that our MPs and politicians across our constituencies are, both Labour and PNP. Hey, when I go to my Golden page, I see them try to clean one in my Golden constituency there, you know. Me don't know. Me don't know. Me don't know. But this is our fault. This is our fault. We, the people of Jamaica, want to fling out on you see. We look at we make a community them run down. We make a community them run down. The drain and culverts that was operating in my community in the 80s when I was a child. We used to all creep under them and go under them go play. Them something they block up. Block up. And we used to go under the culvert from one side of the road to the next. These things don't exist anymore. They're all blocked up. We the people have allowed our communities to run down. We the people have turned our backs on our community. We the people have allowed politicians to get the funding to spend on our community. And look pan with drain, look pan with road, look pan with water. And we continue to vote for them. We continue to protect them when idiots like me can't tolerate them. You honor them. You have respect for them. But they have no love or humility for you. Eh? So 14 minutes later, I don't know why I take them so long to come out. I found 12 o'clock then they feed our road. Dana Dixon, we're outside. We're outside Dana Dixon. I wonder if you're coming out to play. I found 12 o'clock, a 12:15 now. Them are turn PNP. Because PNP normally late when them are the press conference. So it look like Dana Dixon catch something for the PNP them now. But Jamaica, we don't have to put Labour and PNP to work. We don't have to put Labour and PNP to work. Otherwise, we're going to be in more danger. Because see, what the danger of no man AI this. I swear that AI. May I tell you, but Jamaica people, we have to shoulder for our own blame. We know so we politician them thief. We know we politician them corrupt. But when idiot like me monitor them, uno get irritated by it. Who should monitor them? Because see how they want to beat up the Integrity Commission. That's why I don't want to learn AI, because it's hard to tell where true or AI on social media. Certain information you see out there, you even scared to bring it forward because the AI them is so good. But we take AI that walk on road
Good
and
morning,
kick on
Jamaica,
thump
or
down
good
on the
afternoon,
class.
Jamaica.
So
It
the
is
announce web
Sunday,
come here.
October 26, 2025, and we're here for another briefing. This time, it is about Hurricane Melissa, now a Category 4 hurricane. Your government is committed to giving you accurate information. We again ask you to please listen to official sources of information. There's a lot of information that I saw online on social media, some of it real, some of it not real. And so it's important that you pay attention to legitimate sources. And so as we've committed, each day we will do a press briefing. It may look different ways, but we will come to you every day with our senior ministers. Our ministers are working hard. They are out there doing what is necessary to make sure we are prepared as best as possible. And so tomorrow you will hear from us. Tuesday you will hear from us. This afternoon, we're here at ODPEM. We're a part of the Emergency Operations Center, and we'll be doing our press briefings from here going forward. And so we thank the ODPEM team for their support, and of course, Minister Mackenzie, who is the Deputy Chair of our National Disaster Risk Council. He has been leading on all of our efforts in relation to our preparedness, and he has been absolutely excellent in support and in terms of us being able to come to you and give you accurate information.
Lady,
So
hurry
with
up
that
and move
said,
in front
I
me.
know what all of Jamaica wants. All of Jamaica wants to hear from Evan.
O'Neill,
And you want to also hear from the other ministers, but I know first you want to know what's happening with Hurricane Melissa. That yesterday was a tropical storm, and right now is a Category 4 hurricane. So Evan Thompson, please come and tell the people of Jamaica what is happening.
Come every day with a night, so nice.
Thank you very much, Minister Morris Dixon, and I also want to greet my own minister, Matthew Samuda, as well as the other ministers in attendance, Minister Vaz, as well as Minister Mackenzie, who are here. And of course, all persons who are here, distinguished persons, those who are online, the media, of course. Thank you so much for joining us and allowing us to provide you with this update. You know, I'm always the one who is facing the camera, but there are so many others who work behind me and actually provide me with much of the information and assist in the process. So I want to just big up those people, the forecasters of the National Meteorological Center, who continue to do their work very studiously where they are, as well as the leader that supports me so very well, Mr. Rohan Brown, who is the head of our weather services. Now we are at bulletin. We have the last bulletin that we issued from the Met Service was bulletin number 37. We only do 7 bulletins per day. So, you know, we've gone over 5 days writing bulletins every 3 hours. So it has really been a tedious task, but we have consistently been doing it. And we recognize that the road ahead is still far. We do have a lot more bulletins to write and a couple of more days that we'll have to be engaging in that activity. But the latest information coming to us and shared with the public is that this system continues to move toward the west. If you take a look at the picture that's on the screen, you'll see where the center of Hurricane Melissa is located. The system is a Category 4 hurricane. This is moving toward the west at this time. The last location showed it to be south of Kingston. So it has already passed the longitude of Morant Point. It is now just about at the longitude of Kingston and will continue to move westward. But then it is expected to make its turn toward the north. We'll show you that track in just a moment. But you can see the rain bands that are associated with the system as it continues to move westward. Here is a slight loop just showing the development. But the eastern part of the island, it seemed to have been experiencing some rainfall, but it's not consistent. It's really periods of rainfall and actually just coming from time to time and very short periods. But we are experiencing some rainfall over sections of the island, and that is expected to increase as we go through this Saturday and going into Sunday. This is another image of the satellite imagery, but it also shows where a lot of the lightning strikes are in this system, most of them on the eastern side of the center and in the bands that are surrounding the system. But we are seeing the white area where the dense overcast is moving over toward Jamaica as it moves toward the west. Then this way, we are proud to say that this is our radar image right here in Jamaica, the radar that's operated by the Meteorological Service. And you can see a very distinct eye also being projected on this image. So we see also where the rainfall is occurring in the system, and it is, as you can see, starting to affect sections of the island with the outer bands of this hurricane. Continuing just to show you where the system is moving, we see that it is expected to continue moving toward the west, if you look at that picture, and then it would turn toward Jamaica from the south, moving northward, moving over Jamaica. That's the same track, basically, that we've been sharing with you over the past day or so. And it is expected to be a major hurricane continuing in this way, moving right across the island as a Category 4 hurricane. That is what is projected. It could go for a brief period as a Category 5. That's yet to be seen, but right now the forecast is that it will move over Jamaica as a Category 4 hurricane. And that is expected to start early on Tuesday or maybe very late on Monday, depending on how this system actually starts to move, if it moves at any quicker pace. Right now, the fastest I've seen it move is just about 6 kilometers per hour. That's just about 3 or 4 miles per hour. And so we're watching it moving very, very slowly, ambling over the waters, and then gradually moving closer and closer to us. This is the projected track moving across the island. You can see with that dotted line. But I'm showing this picture really because I want to show you what those green areas to the south and even to the north are, because they represent where the storm surge is expected to affect Jamaica. Storm surge is expected mainly over the southern side of the island, and this would be to the east of the center as it approaches the south coast and as it begins to make impact. So we see the greener areas really over Clarendon, parts of St. Catherine, and then going into Kingston and western parts of St. Thomas. That's where we're expecting most of the storm surge. But if you take a look at that area, just east of the Portland Cottage area, and of course where you see those lighter greens and the browns, that is where the highest storm surge is expected to take place. So if you're anywhere in this general area, if you can take a look at your map, I'll tell you what the names of some of the communities are in maybe the next briefing. But for the time being, this is the general area that we do expect to experience most of the storm surge, which means waves pushed onto the land and possibly getting as high as 13 feet. Continuing on the picture here, we'll see the amount of rainfall that we are expected to experience across the country. I told you that we've started to experience some rain, but it has not been intense thus far. But when you look at this picture, you'll see that intense rainfall is projected across the country. This shows that we could have 20 to 30 inches of rainfall over the eastern and some south central parts of the country. And then even in the higher elevations in the east, we could have over 30 inches, getting close to, in millimeters, close to 1,000 millimeters over the period of the system moving across us. So this is tremendous rainfall that is bound to cause widespread flooding right across the country. And it is something to be noteworthy for all our communities. I believe there are flooding potential areas in every parish of our country. And so you need to know if you're in a flood-prone area, if you're in a low-lying area, you need to take note. If you're near to a river course or a gully, you need to also take special note and find some alternative location that you can move to should you be threatened by the heavy rainfall. This is just another picture of the clouds over the area associated with the hurricane. And here we can see another image showing the satellite picture, and we're seeing a lot of the showers and thunderstorms from this system. The track outlook, there are a number of projections, but I won't go into any more detail with these pictures, just to tell you that we need to continue to monitor what is happening, continue to listen to the bulletins that are issued by the Meteorological Service, and of course, be prepared for quick action if you need to take that action. All preparations should have been completed, and we really should just be in a safe, a secure place, waiting for the system to move over us and pass over us. So I should point out that there is a slight shift in the track thus far to the west. We're hoping that we'll see more shifts that will eventually take it off the country, but right now the forecast is that we will be directly impacted by the eye, a landfalling between Monday night and Tuesday morning, and it will move across us right through the day on Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Evan. Yes, Minister Vaz, doesn't seem to be good news, but I'm going to take the questions. I'm going to deviate again today and take the questions, just noting that with us, we do have Minister Samuda, we have Minister Vaz, and I did indicate that Minister Mackenzie, who leads all of us on this area, he is also here, and they will all speak to you also. So I'm going to take questions from the media now in relation to what Evan Thompson has just said. All right, we don't have a roving mic. We're in the emergency center. So if you could just stand and I can repeat the question for Jamaica to hear.
All right, no problem. Greetings, everyone. I'm Jason Cross from The Observer. I want to find out from Minister Mackenzie what's the status of the shelters at this point in time.
He's going to come. I wanted questions for Evan. Just on.
For Evan?
Yes.
Oh,
okay. All right. Does anyone have any questions for Evan Thompson? Everything is clear? All right, so every part of Jamaica is going to be affected. There is a lot of rainfall that is projected. He also said we'll feel the brunt of it Monday night going into Tuesday. And so that's what he has said. We all have to be very, very careful and be prepared for the worst. All right, so now we're going to have Minister Samuda, who will speak to you. He's our Minister of Water, Environment, and Climate Change. Minister Samuda.
Thank you, Minister Dixon. Colleague ministers, thank you for
Minister, we're here.
Minister Mackenzie, everyone, heads of agencies, members of the NEOC, members of the media, and certainly those watching and listening at home. As everyone would have just told you, we are facing a Category 4 hurricane that has potential for strengthening. As I have started every update with the statement, because it is incredibly true, and I think particularly true at this moment, it is still not time for panic. It is time to complete your preparations. It is time for some prayer, and it is time for us to plan and time for us to engage our programs. This storm will test our systems. I want to publicly put on record my thanks to Evan Thompson and to his entire team, leadership all the way through the organization, as they've been working 24 hours a day, not on shift or I think in teams. I think every team is fully engaged over the last 10 days as we've been tracking this unusual storm. So I want to publicly thank the Met Service on behalf of Jamaica and the government, because they've been doing an awesome job in keeping us up to date and giving us the information that we absolutely need to plan. We also want to put on record our thanks to our international partners, in particular the National Hurricane Center, that does support us significantly with technology and visibility that we may not have locally. We also want to thank the UN Country Office that has reached out to us and offered their support, and many other partners. We are at a critical juncture. And at our earlier discussion with the utility providers, Minister Vaz made an important point. The proof of the pudding is going to be in the eating in terms of how we execute the plans that we have. But let's look first at the state of our planning, certainly for the water sector and its interconnectivity with the power sector. The Water Commission has engaged all of its emergency protocols. We have done a re-review of our performance and ability to restore service post-burial over the last few weeks and ensured that we have ticked the boxes, so to speak, of the plan that we wrote post-burial.
One of the things that we've done and is formed a co-working group with JPS. So JPS is very clear on all of the pumps that are critical for supply of hospitals, of infirmaries, of places of safety, of places of detention, so that they can work to restore current to those first. They're also clear on the pumping stations that function to load trucks, so that they know that those are also priority stations that have to be restored, so that we're able to also do emergency water distribution while turbidity settles, while you get your generators dispatched. Now, one of the things that we've not been able to do is to pre-dispatch our generators, and that is for a very real reason. We've seen the issues that Digicel and Flow are having with theft. We've seen the issue of theft of fuel from generators. So we will have to dispatch immediately after the all clear comes from ADPEM so that we reduce that theft. But we have over 50 generators, which are major generators that create the triple phase, or rather triple phase generators that provide the power that you need to start our pumping system. This will restore close to 80% of our customer base within 72 hours of the all clear and turbidity settling. We can't say definitively where turbidity will be a particular challenge and how much of a challenge it will be, but we expect to get to 80% of our customers with sporadic supply after 72 hours, because generators do have to cool, they do have to break, they do have to take their time for service and for refueling, etc. So it won't be 72 hours and everything back up and running, but 72 hours that there will be supply that allow people to catch water, to store, to backfill their storage, and to be able to manage. We've also engaged 4 mobile generators that will move to remote areas that we expect that are hardest hit, so at least they're able to get some water and able to backfill their storage as well. We're also happy to report that 4 of our major pumping stations and treatment plants also now have their own resilience in terms of their energy supply. We installed major generators, including at places like Logwood, which supplies all of Western Hanover and Western Westmoreland. We upgraded the supply at the Mona treatment plant, the Hermitage treatment plant, and indeed at several of our facilities in St. Catherine. So we are in a better place than last year, certainly, to respond to water distribution. We've also ensured that we've engaged our truckers and that they're pre-positioned to go to our loading bays immediately after to start to deal with many of our elderly shut-ins. We've got quite the list from SDC, Minister Mackenzie, so we're able to go to several of those persons who we know are shut-ins and will need a lot of help very quickly. As I said, we're more resilient this year than last year, but this is a bigger storm than last year. And this is a potential direct hit. Beryl was not a direct hit. So we're more resilient. Let's hope that additional resilience is sufficient for what is a worse storm than we would have faced last year with Beryl. God bless Jamaica. Stay safe and stay smart and listen to the official sources of information. If I was to take what I just saw, I wouldn't have been able to drive in New Kingston a while ago because of flooding that's being posted as now. So we encourage you to follow JIS, follow OPM, follow the Ministry of Education and Information, follow the relevant ministry sources, and of course, reputable media houses. Thank you. God bless Jamaica.
So far, we heard nothing new and
Thank you so much, Minister Samuda. And next up, we have Minister Mackenzie. But I think Minister Vaz is asking if he can go first. So we're going to have Minister Vaz, our Minister of Energy, Telecoms and Transport.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning.
Afternoon to
all of Jamaica, diaspora, and of course, media, colleague ministers. So let me start by saying that we had a press briefing earlier, or should I say the JPS had a press briefing for which I attended. So I'm going to repeat some of what I said of the important points there. First of all, I want to caution Jamaica to realize and understand that we did not get a direct hit from Beryl, and we are due to get a direct hit category 4 and possibly category 5. So the level of damage that you saw in Beryl will likely be severely increased and more widespread than what we had. I can say that the presentations that have been made to me by the telcos and JPS and the other essential services under my ministry, I am satisfied that we have a plan in place. But again, I want to caution that the plan is one thing. The execution of that plan is what is going to make the difference in our recovery. I want to say that you have the commitment of the Prime Minister already, that all his line ministers will be leading from the front, meaning that firstly communicating with you, and secondly doing the work and the coordination and collaboration that is going to be required. We can say that Starlink headquarters has reached out to us through their emergency response, and we have already gotten some equipment that is being used by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security to coordinate, obviously, the preparations and the aftermath. And I can say that Otben also has either received or will receive shortly another set of equipment that will allow for us to be able to communicate during and after the storm. So we will intensify that as needed, depending on when the assessment is taking place after and what additional we need. I can also say that the both international airports are now closed. We accommodated 11 flights out of Montego Bay this morning, and we closed at midday. JUTC remains operational for evacuation, and they are coordinating as we speak with ODBEM and the police. As the storm draws or the hurricane draws nearer, obviously there'll be more requirements for us to be able to respond. I want to say again, at this point, there's always been a hesitancy when evacuation orders are given. Do not take this one lightly. This may be the one. So follow the instructions of ODPEN and Minister Mackenzie and the government of Jamaica, because we have your safety in mind. And top priority, low-lying areas. I'm sure Minister Mackenzie will speak on it, so I will leave it for them. The toll, east, west, and north, south. I have already signed the order, and I'm just waiting to effect it. So as soon as everyone tells me that the weather is up on us, we will open the toll booths free of cost, and that will remain in place, including the aftermath, to allow for emergency responses and for persons to be able to access and get to their families, their businesses, and their properties. JPS. I was bombarded on the way here with a WhatsApp that is circulating about when JPS is going to shut down the various parishes. It is fake news. Only listen to JPS directly on their social media or their releases, and Government of Jamaica trusted sites and communication apparatus. I can say that between when I went to JPS earlier this morning and coming here, I have now received the request for force majeure from JPS officially. And for those who may not understand force majeure, let me just say, it is a contract clause that relieves a party from fulfilling their obligations when an extraordinary event beyond their control, such as natural disaster, makes performance impossible. So, in essence, the license has certain conditionalities, and in order for them to be relaxed, in order for them to respond, they require the government of Jamaica, who gave them the license in the first place, to sign a force majeure. I can state categorically that this will not be held up. I've already referred it to the Attorney General's chambers, and I am prepared to sign as early as possible, even prior to the strike. So you can rest assured that JPS will not be hindered by the conditionalities of their existing contract. Let me just again caution everybody not to listen to fake news. I know it's very hard because anxiety levels are high on your phone, monitoring every message that is coming around and trying to find as much information. That will just raise your anxiety. Just stick with the government of Jamaica, who has your best interest at heart and will continue to communicate to you as required and as we have been doing. Congratulations to Minister Dixon and the team and Minister Mackenzie and ADPEM. I know it's not an easy time. You can be assured that we will lead from the front and we will get through this together. So I would close by saying, this is not a time for politics. This is not a time for rifts and disagreements. Every single Jamaican has a part to play between now, during, and after. And if we do it collectively, in unity, and in harmony, we will recover better and quicker. May God bless Jamaica and every single Jamaican. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Minister Vaz. And so we are going to close out this briefing with our last presentation, and then we'll take questions, but it will be from Minister Mackenzie, the Deputy Chair of our National Disaster Risk Management Council. And he has been the one that's coordinating everything, and so he'll have some very important updates for the country. Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister, colleague, Minister Evan, officials from ADPEM and members of appointed minister, officials from ADPEM, members of the media, Jamaica, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to advise the country that we have activated all shelters across Jamaica. So shelters are fully activated, and persons who wants to go to the shelters, they can do so because the shelters have been activated. There are 2 areas of concern I want to address quickly. One, I spoke yesterday about the number of cranes, construction cranes, that are left hanging across the corporate area and other sections of the island. Not much has been done since I spoke about it, but I want to advise those persons that they will be held responsible for any damage, loss of life, that those cranes and construction material might contribute to.
Shouldn't you use the police to enforce the cranes coming down?
I am asking.
Well, you know, they can come down from multiple buildings.
Those cranes, right around here in New Kingston, you see them up, still up, making one final appeal. The other area of concern.
You can enforce that on the DNRA using the police, you stupid old fart.
And I noticed that a lot of people is criticizing the government because there is one homeless man in the Harborview area.
You come back with the anti-angelism complaint today again.
And the secretary of the Board of Supervision.
Oh, Jesus.
Who went out and engaged him in lengthy conversation, trying to convince him it is in his best interest to go to the shelters. And he refused. I saw in one of this morning's newspaper that one homeless man said he'd rather die on the street than going into the shelters. I want to make it clear that we have made all the necessary provisions to remove the homeless population. We have provided public transport to take them to the various facilities right across the center. And we will continue to do so as long as conditions allow us to do so.
You say you was gonna seek an order from Andrew yesterday.
Question of the
mandatorily. Why don't you?
mandatory movements will be addressed. But let me say to Jamaica that I don't think we need an order to move from the areas that we know are vulnerable communities. Very encouraging, despite there are still persons in Port Royal who don't want to leave. The Member of Parliament, Philip Paulwell, called me last night to say that a significant number of persons in Port Royal have started to move or have left the community. And we will still be providing transportation in all the communities. And if you listen to what Evan said about the level of rainfall and the possibility of flooding, many of these communities will not survive this flooding. Again, I urge persons living in low-lying areas, areas that are vulnerable to flooding. It is not too late. If you're having problems to move, call the odd pen. The numbers are available. We will assist you if you are having problems in moving. I said yesterday, and I'm going to repeat it again. When this event comes, it is going to be impossible for us, after all the attempts that we have been making, to advise persons, begging persons to leave. It is going to be difficult for us to say to our first responders, go out and risk your lives now for someone who refused when it was conducive for them to leave. It might sound harsh, but it is the reality.
You have a
And
responsibility,
I don't believe
Desmond, and I'll explain
many people in
afterwards.
this country realize what is it we are facing. And the government continues to play its part, and nobody can deny that the government has not been proactive.
Same anti-Angelarism, you know. This is not, Lord, somebody run come hold me back.
Based on the
Globalist,
assessment that was done
one
by
on
the
run come
government
hold me back,
after
no?
burial,
Because this is rather quarreling than
committee headed
updating the nation.
by
Is it not?
former commissioner who's now ambassador to the United States.
Somebody,
A
no
lot
can
of
come hold me back.
findings. We look at the findings and the recommendations, and a lot of what came
Nobody
out
can come hold me back.
of those recommendations are being implemented as I speak. So our shelters are up and running. Transportation to transport people to the shelters are available. The critical communities know themselves. Rocky Point in Clarendon, Portland Cottage, Bamboo River in St. Thomas, New Haven, Riverton City, Taylorlands. I can go on and name these communities know themselves. They know the difficulties. And with a category 4 hurricane, with the possibility of raising to a category 5, there is nothing more we can do as a government but to beg and beseech persons to heed the warning. And if it will help, I will go on my knees.
Oh, fuck off, you piece of shit.
It is the collective response of all of us as Jamaicans that will take us through. This is just the beginning. And if anybody believes that being stubborn helps, well, that is their funeral. This is one bet you cannot win. You cannot bet against Melissa. Don't do it because you can't win. And I'm urging Jamaicans, we'll be back later on if needs be to give further updates. Minister Dixon have indicated that we'll be back tomorrow morning. And if possible, we can come back on Tuesday. We will be coming back. We will continue to speak to the country. But we can only speak
quarrel would be more like
as you will allow us to speak. So the shelters are up. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security have started to make arrangements to provide relief supplies for all our shelters. The shelter numbers
should have been
are
already supplied.
And I'm going to ask Ms. Edwards to come and to give some numbers that persons can make contact. It is important, ladies and gentlemen, Jamaicans, I beg of you, I urge you. And as a praying country, let us continue to pray for God guidance and strength as we commence this journey that only God knows where it will end. Thank you.
And I go rub Desmond when I done. When the press conference done, I go rub Des Auntie Angela.
Good afternoon.
Auntie Angela, I go rub you when the press conference done.
Heads of entities here, board chairman, ODPEM team, media. The numbers that
Get speak up, please.
about, will be, of course, placed
How we don't know you, so we don't want to
on
rush you.
various. Can't hear?
Yes, speak up, because we don't want to
Have to
rush
speak
you.
a little louder. Is this better?
Yeah.
All right. So just to indicate that the numbers that Minister spoke about will be accessible on the various platforms that are there for the information that is being provided by the ODPEM. And we want persons to, of course, go to these platforms, the ODPEM website, the WhatsApp channel, the JIS, all of the information that we have for emergency numbers, high-risk areas are all there. In terms of shelters, we do have approximately 31 shelters already activated. And so persons, we, Minister, seem to be taking the information very seriously. And we just want to encourage persons. It is a very dangerous hurricane that is approaching us. And we want to make sure that every Jamaican is safe. And so we are asking persons to heed the messages from the various entities, the Met Office, the ODPEM, the JIS, the other entities of government that is providing information to keep us safe. And we can't overemphasize the importance of us being prepared, of us taking the information seriously, because we don't really want to have any sort of catastrophic information or any sort of catastrophic or life loss on this watch. And so I just want to encourage every Jamaican out there to take the information seriously. Persons that live in low-lying and flood-prone areas, we ask you to evacuate because the storm is approaching us. And so I just want to just say to the teams that have been working very hard, thank you for your work. Thank you for all of the efforts that you've put in so far. The coordination is a number of parts, and so it is to bring it all
Lady, hurry
together
up, can you
and to
make
have
much
it
of a difference
seamless
down
is
there?
a lot of dedication and
And we
hard work
still not gonna have no
from
service to make the
a
phone
lot
call
of
them
persons
anyway.
from various entities, ministries,
Hurry
and
up.
departments. And so I just want to just say that may the Lord just keep us safe through the passage of this storm as it approaches us. And we just ask you all to also be safe.
All right,
Thank you very
thanks.
much.
Go on now. Thanks. Go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also the emergency number for ODPEM, you can always call that number. There's a team here in this building that is taking the calls. If you're in any trouble, you can call that number. Yes, we have the numbers online for all shelters, but there's a main number here, and we'll put it up after this press conference. There's some questions. Minister Vaz, I know you need to give us some more updates, and then we'll take more questions.
Just to reiterate Minister Mackenzie's message a while ago, I just received a WhatsApp update from the JUTC. They have responded to 4 evacuations calls since yesterday, I suspect through Alpem. As far as Flaggerman in St. Elizabeth, where the residents refused to board the bus. So we sent a bus all the way to Flaggerman in St. Elizabeth. No response. Old Harbor Bay, yesterday, only 10 persons boarded the bus. Port Royal and Raytown today, same response. So we have deployed our resources and are awaiting boarding. So we actually, Desmond, have buses on spot now, parked, waiting to evacuate, and the response.
Hurry up, let me adjust Desmond, because this is what I need to adjust Desmond,
and also to say
which
that
made the
the
dirty
update from
journalist
JUTC
today.
as of right now is that they are running limited operations and will likely cease operations by mid-afternoon due to rising water levels, low visibility, and of course, the weather coming closer. JUTC is also providing special support in transporting medical staff to the KPH, and we are prepared to respond to similar requests from the public health sector. So again, just indicating that we are doing everything physically possible, and to say, as Desmond rightly said a while ago, you cannot win this bet, so don't gamble. Last but not least, 2 numbers that I would like to share with you to report vandalism of the telcos, which is a major problem, including this morning on Red Hills Road. 876-922-4357. So that would be 876-922-HELP. And also, for Digicel, that would be Flow. For Digicel, we have a number here. That I just received 876-355-5000. 876-355-5000. That's to report vandalism on the both telcos. And as I said before, for every time somebody does anything to harm the property of the telcos, whether it be diesel oil or generators or fiber, cable, it is only going to set us back in our recovery efforts. So I see the officer nodding. Zero tolerance. Zero tolerance. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again, Minister Vaz. Any other minister wants to say something in addition? No? All right. Okay. We're going to be taking questions from the media, and we also have some questions also online that have been coming through. And so I'm going to be able to ask those questions that are coming from the public. But let me start with the media that's here. Thank you to the members of the media for coming out. I also want to acknowledge that we're live on television. We're also live across most radio stations. And so I want to thank all of our media houses for doing their part in getting the information out to Jamaica. All right, so I'm going to have, yes, offices tomorrow. Just to note, as you would have heard from Evan Thompson's update, government offices will be closed tomorrow. I already have the question about schools. Schools will be closed tomorrow. And so we're also encouraging our private sector partners to also follow suit. All right, so the first question is from Zara Burton. We don't have the regular setup as in OPM, so you'll have to just ask a question. I may have to ask it back.
Hi.
Oh, she has one. Okay, good.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Zara Burton, working today for Reuters. They asked just a while
Why don't turn down our mic?
Evacuation yet. Just wanted to get that clarified. I'm sorry if I missed it. Desmond McKenzie, I think you had said that there was none yet, Minister. So I just want clarification on that. 2, also Minister McKenzie, is it 31? I just heard shelters that are activated or all? Because I thought you said all, but then I heard 31. So is it?
So all are activated, only 31 have individuals having shown up so far.
Okay,
Yes.
Understood.
Yes.
Okay.
But they've all been activated now. That order
And
was
what's
made
the
by
count
Minister
of
McKenzie.
activations, it's 8.
It's 881
881
shelters that we have across the island. And remember that we'll have the shelters, but you don't necessarily have anyone wanting to go in the shelters yet. And as you would have seen outside, I know at least in Kingston, you have some showers on and off, no real flooding as yet. And so we expect that as conditions change, more individuals will go to the shelter. 218 persons are in the shelters now. That's the number I'm being provided by OPM.
Okay.
Yes.
Also, God, what is this? Minister Vaz, this is for you. Internet for reporters. I just wanted to know if there is a provision possible when you speak to the Starlink people for us to, let us say, patch into something special so that we can get access to internet consistently throughout the storm.
The best case scenario for that would be to be in touch with Starlink directly. But
Okay.
We can discuss it.
Okay.
We'll do what we can.
Okay. Also, set schedule for reporters for the daily conferences. Will there be, any kind of like set schedule that you're hoping to at least, or general guidance that you can give us throughout the storm?
Okay,
Or
I
you-
will answer that one.
Yeah.
So in terms of schedule for briefings, we will be doing this each day. Today we moved into the emergency center, so it took us a little while to set up thanks to the GIS team and the ODPEM team. But tomorrow morning we'll have our usual 10:30 briefing. Now that happens at 10:30 because ODPEM needs time to liaise with the National Hurricane Center in the morning. And so at 10:30 tomorrow, we'll do this again right here in ODPEM. We are also willing to do other briefings as the day goes on. I know some media houses have asked if they can have their reporters ensconced here, and we will allow that. That's usually the way it happens. So if some media houses want to have their people here with us, they are allowed to be here with us. We don't want a information vacuum out there, and so we're being as open as we can.
Okay. The questions.
All right. Thank you. Evacuation orders. And so that is actually being worked on as we speak. I expect that later today you will hear some more on mandatory evacuation orders. Given what Mr. Thompson has said, it is looking like we do need to do that. And you would have heard from Minister Vaz that buses were sent to particularly vulnerable areas, individuals at that time.
That is what I'm going to tap you all on, because you're
we
all
may have to
fibbing.
do evacuation orders, and that decision is going to be taken later this afternoon. And we will tell you as soon as it is done. We'll send out a media advisory on it. All right, Mahiri.
Afternoon, everybody. Mahiri Stewart, Nationwide News. I know Minister Morgan isn't here, but if there's anyone that's been in touch with him, in terms of the Sandy Gully, I know there are residents near Riverton and Seaview Gardens who are concerned about the growth that's in there at the moment, worried about the inches of rainfall, and they want to know if there's any emergency clearance that will be done in that area, and if not, what should they do?
I did speak with Minister Morgan, and work has been taking place in the Sandy Gully. but the information is that those who are working had to go and deal with their family. But the work to clear the mouth of the Sandy Gully to allow free access will continue for as long as possible.
If it's a case where it's not completely clear by the time the hurricane is expected to be, what would the advice be to people in that area?
Well, you know, all of that area, if you look at the radar, points to sea surge, waves, storm surge. So those areas, look, the fact is that Kingston is low, extremely low. So there's no denying that with excess rainfall and a lot of flooding, there are going to be communities that will be flooded. There's no community in Kingston that is immune from flooding, especially those communities below Spanish Town Road. Below Spanish Town Road. So that is something that everybody needs to bear in mind.
Minister, I just wanted to add on the Sandy Gully. Our ministers are always working. So I have online Minister Nesta Morgan, Robert Nesta Morgan, who will give an update. So I'm just gonna put it on speaker. We're gonna be as resilient as we can be. Minister Morgan, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Morris Dixon. I'm actually in the hills of Clarendon preparing for a possible hurricane. I listened to the question from my here, and I just wanted to give a quick update as to what we have done at the Sandy Gully. So the initial urgent matter was to protect the bridge that joins Spanish Town Road. That bridge is an important connector between the outside of the city and the city. It connects the ports, it connects the important health facilities such as the KPH, and it's also an important commerce carriageway. The second objective of what we did on Sandy Gully is to ensure that water flows to the sea. So we recognize that it would have been impossible for us to remove all the debris that is beyond the bridge, which is adjacent to Seaview. So we have created a large waterway that carries water to the sea. This does not negate the fact that sections of that area are actually on or below sea level. And as Minister Mackenzie said, if there's a storm surge, if there's significant water, persons are being advised to listen to the advisories from the Ministry of Local Government, the Office of Disaster Preparedness, because while we have done a lot of work and we've protected the bridge and have created a channel for the water to move, persons still have to take their safety in mind and watch what is happening and listen to the bulletins and listen to the instructions of the constituted authorities.
So Stacey, them never do nothing in a barrel, them get caught, you know.
And be safe. All right, told you, our ministers are always ready to answer your questions. All right, there are more questions right here. I think Mahiri is going to ask another question.
Yes, just an update on the toll for the highways and at what point those will be made free.
They should be free by
Very
now.
shortly.
As the weather moves closer. So I would estimate this afternoon.
Okay. And is there any update you can give in terms of the evacuation of students? I know that there's a bus system for tertiary students around the area in UU and UTech. What was the success rate of that?
They reached out to us yesterday, so JUTC has been in touch with them.
Minister Vaz, he was saying, Minister Vaz was saying, I don't know if you're hearing in terms of Jamaica or Jamaicans who are listening, but Minister Vaz is saying that a bus was made available for UE and UTech students, and JUTC has been working with them in terms of evacuation from there. Those are your questions? All right. Do we have any other questions from the media? Okay. Zara, we're just getting you mic'd so that we can hear the question appropriately.
Burton, Reuters again for today. I wanted to ask Minister Vaz, phone lines from Flow, I still on my phone can't seemingly make calls. I just wanted to know if you have any update. I know that there was a press conference with some of the telcos, but any update?
There was a press conference today. It was dealt with where there was some vandalism that took place this morning. They assured us that they would have it back up, repaired, and have the service back up by this afternoon.
Okay,
So,
but what time?
It's specific to flow. That's where the complaints are coming from. And that was in terms of telephone service.
Okay.
So we should hope that vandalism was the cause of it. So it would have affected especially people using the phones in the corporate area.
Okay, and this question is for, I don't know which minister is the right minister for this particular one, but WPIX reporter in New York, she's a meteorologist friend of mine. She was asking about evacuations. What are the preparations being made for, let us say, people get cut off from being able to, get into the regular roads by landslides or whatever?
That will be a collaborative effort between ODPEM, Ministry of Local Government, NWA.
You know, this man chatting is just now, so they're on one Zara.
As they occur. So this, where we are sitting here now, will be the epicenter of the operations between now through this hurricane and after. So all the collaboration will take place and the information will go out as is required, depending on the information that comes into us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the media that's here? No? Okay, I'm going to take some other questions that I had seen in online, and so just let me get to them. There was a question about Portmore and storm surge. I know Minister Mackenzie, you had spoken about generally the South Coast, and you had also spoken about Kingston. Portmore, I'm assuming there is an issue there. Evan, would you like to speak on Portmore? Because there are questions on Portmore and along the South, what to expect. So if you can get some more information on that, that would be good.
Yes, thanks for the question. The most I can say right now is that there is a model that is indicating the level of storm surge that is expected. Portmore is within that area that storm surge would be expected because it would be east of the center of the system when it makes landfall. So any of those areas along the coast, moving from coastal Clarendon through coastal St. Catherine, including the areas of Hellshire, Portmore areas, and coming right through into Kingston and St. Andrew, could experience some amount of storm surge. Of course, differing levels. I know the highest levels were more in areas of Clarendon, parts of like Portland Cottage and some of those other areas that we've heard about having experienced flooding in the past in coastal Clarendon, Mitchelltown, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question I had to do with the homeless shelters. My GIS team, what do we do? Thank you. I have the best team at GIS. I have to tell all of Jamaica, they're just absolutely excellent and so supportive, and they're all here away from their families, and we do appreciate them so much. I have a question about the homeless shelters, Minister Mackenzie. I think they're asking about where these homeless shelters are. I know we've posted them online, but if you could just say a few words on the homeless shelters.
Van Gilbert, to know it has always been our nearest school. So that's what the question is about.
Homeless shelters are situated in every parish capital. So we have drop-in centers, we have shelters, and there are also some of the homeless are being housed in certain sections of the shelters that are situated. So a homeless person, they will know where to find it. There are still people on the ground as I speak out there dealing with the homeless population. So every parish have more than one shelter for the homeless. And let me say this. Based on the survey that we were doing on the homeless population, we would have identified locations where these homeless people are. And that survey has helped us to go and find those persons. So it is not difficult this time to find them, because when we did the survey, we found them at the location that they would normally hang out. And we have been moving the homeless persons.
right, thank you, Minister. I have another question which had to do with emergency assistance and what kind of assistance we're getting from the region and elsewhere. We've already gotten many of our international partners pledging to support, and ODPEM is the lead agency for organizing that in conjunction with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And so our missions overseas, they are already in touch with many of our partners. One key partner that we do have is SEDIMA. And here with us, we have Mandela Christian, who is representing SEDIMA, and that is our Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency. And so our colleagues across the region, they have this body that comes together and provides disaster assistance. And they are already here helping with the coordination here in Jamaica, and will be lending support and coordinating that support from across the Caribbean. And so, this isn't just, one country or two countries we are getting support from. We are actually getting regional support, and we have to acknowledge SEDIMA and all the support that we get from them in these very difficult times. Those are all the questions that I have. I'm not seeing any other question. As we said, and as we close out, as we heard earlier from Evan Thompson, we are going to be experiencing this hurricane.
I don't know what you hear on your eyeglass which irritate me more. Auntie Angela, get up out of the young boy them lap. Auntie Angela. Now, if you were at yesterday's press conference, where the headman Jankro was also at, Desmond McKenzie said to the Prime Minister, he's going to write to the Prime Minister, roll back, roll it back. But could first acknowledge the circumstances that we are expected to face an unprecedented battering from hurricane force wind and rain, which we have never experienced before. Catch up speed. Auntie Angela yesterday said to Auntie Alberta, I am going to write to you in order to enforce mandatory evacuation on low-lying areas. He indicated that he was waiting for Auntie Angela's letter or writing or whatever. Given that the Prime Minister has already invoked the DRNA powers, the same DRNA powers that locked us down under COVID, that gave us no movement, that same DRNA powers can pick us up, throw us in a police vehicle under a mandatory evacuation order from the Prime Minister and be taken to a shelter. Now, they are pretending how much they care about us. They're even speaking in a somber emotional mood to trick us that they bloody well fucking care, and we know they don't. Because I know nobody not talk now asks about money, not even Zara Burton. If they cared about us, you don't think Van Desmond come down off of the podium yesterday, Desmond would have write Andrew the letter, and Andrew, in care of the nation, would have signed it so we can enforce the evacuation order, especially for people of unsound mind who live on the street and may refuse to follow a voluntary advice. This is why I said to you yesterday, the only thing I agreed or heard from Auntie Angela yesterday, because she came out and she quarreled and she carried on. She threw her skirt over her head and she behaved like a real ghetto artist. She came back with the very same attitude today. We heard nothing of any update. The minister came to quarry. Darrell Vaz came to complain. Matthew Samuda came to say hello. What the fuck was that all about? When the people of Jamaica are about to meet their debt, Desmond McKenzie and the Prime Minister, who is the chair and deputy chair of the whole odd pen bullshittery, have not signed a mandatory evacuation order to protect the vulnerable. What is the job of the government if not to fucking well protect us? And you can use the law to do it. You use it in COVID. You carry us in front of court. You run with on road, make asthma drop, we don't kill we. You charge with millionaire and 3/4 million under the DNRA, the same powers you have invoked a few days ago. And Auntie Angela come out and tell we say, if you don't heed the warning, and she, Auntie Angela, is ready to go down on her knees. I don't know if she's prepared to pull your zip down when she gets on her knees, but Auntie Angela said she's prepared to go on her knees and ask you to evacuate. That's not showing care for your people. That's not being serious as government. That is not serious leadership, you bunch of idiots. That I would support you on. Because what we don't want Wednesday or Thursday morning is to be morning, you see. I personally do not want that. So that's why I would agree to the government to exercise that power that Desmond McKenzie promised us on the podium yesterday. And Desmond McKenzie come back to the podium today and not provide us any update. He quarreled with us. Provide us no update as to what he promised us yesterday to write to the Prime Minister. No journalists in the room remembered that the minister said that yesterday. What a load of fuckers they are. Oh, no, say everybody stitch way up. You mean journalists never heard? You mean that's not a critical thing that was said yesterday? You mean that's not something that we need to follow up on? And then they talk about credible sources. Credible sources, they call it. Jamaica people are too stressed, and I'm going to beat when the hurricane done, you know. When the hurricane done, I'm going to take and fling up against the wall. Jamaica people, wait till you pass through this and see what I'm going to do with you. Is either Melissa or me. Because we have to change. We can't continue accept foolishness after foolishness. These people keep coming to the podium to say nothing. Hello, yes, we are here. We see you. Nothing else. Not another thing. What have you learned today? Other than Auntie Angela came and quarreled. What have you learned? Because I've learned nothing. I heard nothing new. I got no update. I heard nothing about how any of these providers are going to be financed. Not a single word. Fluff, fluff, hot air, hot air, hot air government. Jamaica people, wait for me, my peeps, may go take a break and a rest, you know. We have another floating link out there. As I said, during the hurricane period, Global TV will always have floating links out there. Don't watch the date or the time. We will jump on at any time when required to provide you developments and updates. So during the hurricane period, Global TV will always have a floating link out there. You might see the time and the date change, but while we have that link out there, We already set up everything and we're administrative. So if anything, we can come on straight away rather than we have to do all the way like admin work before we come on. Ladybug, we make sure today me cook before we come on as well. Because this morning I get up with the urge for jerk chicken and rice and peas, which I haven't cooked for a long time because I barely use chicken. I tend to use just chicken foot. But I was in the urge for jerk chicken this morning. So I did have to satisfy the urge and jerk the chicken this morning and just do the whole Sunday dinner hug with the rice and peas and all that jazz. But I'm going to take a rest here now. If there's any development, we'll certainly jump back out here. We already have a link. You would already see a link out there floating. Just hit the notification so when we go live, you will be notified. But during the hurricane period, we can come on at any time it's required. So thank you all for being here this evening. And to the people of Jamaica, we're asking you, please, to stay safe. Please, to make sure you evacuate, follow the evacuation orders. Those of you who are in the danger zone. Also, make sure you have your medication and your documents protected. Take time with the little food we want to buy, because on a storm where go just blow over one day, so it go sit over you for a 2-3 day period. So take time with the little food, because you know, say even when the storm done, it go take Lagaras and him son time to get round to a lot of you people in rural Jamaica. So take time with the food, make sure you're safe, make sure you evacuate those of you near rivers, gully, the sea, low-lying area, flood-prone area, those of you in the mountainous and hilly area that are at risk of land slippage, you must evacuate. Given your experience in burial the other day, use your recent burial experience to show, to guide you. Use the experience you had in burial last year to guide you. So please make sure you take care of yourself. You know, after a few hours when things properly gets underway, we in the diaspora will lose contact with the island for some time. We really don't know how long that part of it is going to be. It will be terrible for our people on the ground, but it will be also a stressful time for us. Let us tap into Kingston Harbor. For us in the diaspora as well. So in order to alleviate some of our stress, as well as to the utmost protection of yourself, is to make sure you at home do the necessary things, follow the precautionary advice, particularly the evacuation advice. Thank you very much for being here with us this evening on Global TV. Lovely to have your support. We will continue to give you coverage throughout the hurricane. Anything we can bring to you, we certainly will do. And of course, make sure all of the elderly and vulnerables in your community is being evacuated and is being looked after. One of the things we did not hear from the minister, Auntie Angela, as well, is what's the status? Because we know that most of what they're calling shelters is our schools across the country. Did the government make any prepare, or over the last few days or the last 10 days, we have the warning and know that we're going to get it? Was there any distribution of sponge, mattress, blankets, food, water, and so on and so forth to these centers? These are the things. Lord, I want cuss to about my brain tired. I want cuss. But because these are the things that Auntie Angela should be informing us about, should be updating us about. But Auntie Angela come out. Auntie Angela come out through it today. Just like how Auntie Angela come out yesterday. And then they call it an update. And then they have the nerve to say, this is not about politics. Seriously, Auntie Angela, and you are quarreling about your political feelings. What people says irritate you. Why are you all so thin-skinned? Anyway, if I turn out at today, I draw every skin I found. Because it's so thin, it not take long to come off. It's just a little rub. Just a little rub on the skin come off, because you all have very thin skin. Every time you come to the podium, you don't have to respond to what you say and hear in a social media, but not to authoritatively update. I want to fling out on the backside, you see. Anyway, globalists, thank you. And please, just keep your eye on Global TV and on your notification. We will come out here as and when it's necessary. Thank you, and good evening from Global TV. And gone, and gone.
Oh, thy peace, God of my salvation, because the mouth of the sinful and wicked is open. Ah, Rastafari. Come with I. Rastaman throw one stone, and it break a bad feeling to all wicked men. Not a people there. Make a man throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Only when man like Marcus Garvey speak, wicked men would I hear. Hear now hear. Instead of that, they only sit aside and rub and cheat, and not first and for. Make God what I seen to. Make him a throw one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what a plan! Make him a throw one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. So, my favorite man, if Rasta make a progressive move, wicked men are red. How they want to see the day them can sell out Rasta and sell it out and sell out Babylon. They give man show one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. They give man show one stone, and they bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. If Rasta make a progressive move, wicked men are red. How they want to see the dead and can sell out Rasta and sell out, I sell out Babylon. Just stop on the Friday. You might throw a stone, and it bring a bad feeling him a throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. You have eyes to see, let him see. You have ears to hear, let them hear. What a prophet must say. President Mandela was in prison for 20 odd years. And he leave from the prison and take the seat of the president. Stone one, bring him and throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Oh, what a block, bring him and throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men. Rastaman throw one stone, and it bring a bad feeling to all wicked men.
If you don't like missing out on the latest shows but still enjoy classic hits, then Global TV Group 358 is your perfect match. Global TV Group 358 isn't just another channel, it's your ultimate TV experience. From breaking news to binge-worthy dramas and timeless classics, we've got it all. Our unique blend of original content and global favorites means there's something for everyone. And guess what? With GTVG's seamless streaming, you can watch anywhere, anytime. Plus, our interactive features let you be part of the action. So, whether you're a seasoned binge watcher or a casual viewer, Global TV Group 358 is here to keep you entertained day and night. Don't just watch TV, experience it with Global TV Group 358. Subscribe now and never miss a moment.